I'm suspecting that the NAC board, they are all here, as I did communicate the message from this committee that they want everyone to be in this committee in order that they must take us through. Surely a department is here, but honorable members, whilst I'm doing an introduction, yesterday I did get a correspondence that I'm not sure whether Tujabu did circulate to honorable members. Today we'll be having an acting DDG Ndima as the contract of the former DG now. He is ended. It ended on yesterday because it's a first yesterday. We didn't have an opportunity as this committee on the last day of ODG to as all members of the committee to congratulate and him to be with us whilst he was congratulated by other members whom they started with him as ODG. As this committee and as a chairperson, I can tell the committee that whenever we're going to have meetings and the preparation, he was always available, somebody to me. And as you know that he was a DG of the department, that even the ministry was depending to DG. So anytime I need information, anytime I want to consult, if he's in a meeting, because he's always in a meeting with the ministry, but he cannot not to come back to me. He even sometimes saying that I'm aware that you don't sleep before 12 a.m. in the morning. So I say on behalf of the committee, wish him well wherever he is going. As members of parliament, we know that a deployment is a deployment. When time comes that you must be redeployed or you must be told that the term has been ended, that prerogative, I'm suspecting we know that is from the office of the president. In those words, we wish that as a committee that we must write a letter, and in order that we must thank the department for having with DG to us, and a letter to the DG and the family of DG that we are wishing him well wherever he is going. Honorable members, I'm suspecting all of us, as this is a netball Friday, we will always remember and will always watch the girls, which now they are going also to play. And I must also remind honorable members that Banyana also, they are going to play this weekend. We wish them a good luck. I'm not yet got the performance of our netball males. I'm aware that they flew last weekend, and hoping that they are still okay, and they are also going to fly South Africa flag high. All the sporting coaches who are on the field here and abroad, we wish them lucky that South Africa does want to say that this is our year. We must take all the cups which are in this world. May I go? May I get apologies, Jabu?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, everyone on the platform. Chairperson, we have an apology from Mr. Dennis Joseph. He will not be attending the meeting today. I see that Mamu Adams is in the meeting, but she indicated that she'll be losing connectivity as she's currently on the road. But she is in the meeting though, Chairperson. Thank you.
Who's that?
Mamu Adams, Chair.
Oh, okay. Let me take this opportunity also again to welcome the minister who's part of us today. And as I was saying that the letter from the ministry did tell us that DDG Ndima is acting. When we get there, we'll give the department to DDG Ndima, whom we wish him that as this committee will work with him like we're working with UDG. I used to say they are twins because both of them. Now from Vusumuzi to another one, we're hoping that we will be giving you the support as we were giving UDG, but also your good self, you must do so. Not to forget that we are DG of the department now, and everything which we want, we always knock at your door, even if there are correspondence which are not responded to. I'm the chairperson who does not sleep before 12. I'm sleeping at 1 a.m. every day. Can somebody adopt the agenda? Propose agenda?
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Any seconder?
Chairperson Adams, second.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Adams. I'm sorry because I'm still looking at the agenda today. I didn't write it down. Now, can I give a minister who's leading the department, and after that, the DDG will take us to Honorable the Minister.
Chairperson, apology.
Oh, I'm
apology.
sorry. Yes.
Apology, Chair.
Yes.
Do we have any apology from the NAC? Because we've done with apologies. I wanted to find out for just housekeeping.
No, I was thinking, okay, when I was saying that now, okay, let me do this. Let me start with the office that they must talk to us. And then after that, I will give it to the NAC to tell us who's here, who's not here. DDG Ndima.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Where's your t-shirt? Where's your t-shirt?
It's Heritage Day. We're launching Heritage Month, Chairperson. As you can see, Chairperson, I'm very colorful. Yes, I'm not wearing a tie today.
Oh.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the correction. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe just to indicate that we have got myself as Acting Director General, and there are also colleagues. DDG Kumalo is here, who is the Deputy Director General for ACPD. There is also DDG Chikwadamba, who is DDG for Corporate Services. There is also DDG Sumaya Khan from Sport. I don't know, Chairperson, whether you want to mention the entire delegation of the department.
I'm sorry,
Chair.
you must do so once and for all. We're giving you one chance that you must tell who's here.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And then we also have Mr. Rali Bibi, who is also in the DG's office. We have Simeon Kanunu, also in the ministry. And we also have, I'm just looking here, Chairperson, in the list that is here so that I don't leave. Or we also have an advisor to the minister, Mr. Mtobi Tiamzashe is also here. We also have, I've mentioned the...
Can I assist you? In future, when we are coming to this meeting, leading your delegation, you must come knowing who is going to be with you, because today we don't have time. Thank you so much. If we sing somebody whom we don't know, we'll ask you. Thank you, DG, acting DG. Let me get to the NAC, and then after NAC, I'll come to you, DG, acting DG. I'm sorry, acting DG, to take us through, and then I'll give Minister at the end. I'm trying to minimize that everybody must talk. After this, after the NAC telling us who's here, you just get to the business of the day. And I'm proposing that Minister, you must come at the end. NAC, thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mahmoud Lamin.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members that are with us today as well. And good morning to our Honorable Minister and our new acting DG and DDGs that are with us in the room and the officials from DSEC. Honorable Chairperson, as you can tell, Happy National Heritage Month to all of us in the room. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me just go ahead and indicate who is with us from the NAC. We have got a full house from the NAC. We've got Councillor Jones Chisekula. We have got Councillor Kameli Mbuyane. We have got Councillor Ashley Lachu. We've got Councillor Bernadette Mutien. We've got Councillor Kim Matthews. We've got Councillor Leila Swat. We've got Councillor Stephanie Da Silva. We have got our company secretary, Mr. Vincent. And then we have got our acting CEO, Ms. Julie Dipofa. And we have got our interim CFO, Mr. Jason O'Hara. And then we will also be joined by Councillor Dembe. I know he was traveling, but he's trying to also connect. So please, also expecting him in the room. And then apologies from our side that are formal, and they really have extended their apologies. They would have loved to join us this morning, from Dr. Celiwe Ngwenya and Dr. Sipos Tole and Advocate Eric Makosini Ngosi. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. You adhered to our call that we need a full house. Honorable members, when I don't think you don't want to accept apologies, these 3 apologies, at least we have done something that we never ever do it. We do appreciate.
Chairperson? Sorry,
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, I've got a question that, of some people that are on the platform. Could Jason please identify himself or herself?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister.
Identify yourself. We don't see you.
Give me a second. Can you see me now?
Yes, Jensen.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
I am the interim Chief Financial Officer at the NAC.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Jason O'Hara. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Acting DG Ndima.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just forgot to mention Mr. J-Lo, who is the Chief of Staff in the Minister's Office, and also Ms. Nokbonga Ramalepe, who is Director in the DG's office. Maybe let me just start, Chairperson, and provide the overview, which is just focusing on the mandate. It will also be looking at the resignations, appointment of the CEO, appointment of the council member. It will really be an overview because a fully fledged presentation is going to be done by members, the chairperson of the council. I start the presentation, Chair, by indicating that the National Arts Council derives its mandate from the National Arts Council Act number 997 of number 56 of 1997. Its mandate is to allocate funds to artists, cultural institutions, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, to promote the creation, teaching, and dissemination of literature, oral history and storytelling, music, dance, theater, opera, design, visual arts, and crafts, which fully reflect the country's diversity. It also provides study bursaries in the fields of arts and culture to practitioners, administrators, and educators. Now, the matter that we will be focusing on, which will of course be elaborated upon by the chairperson, is issues of resignation. The resignations that we have seen, it's a council member from Gauteng, provincial representative, one council member from the Eastern Cape was relieved of his duties, the Western Cape representative, as well as two ministerial appointees. And what was the intervention of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture? Minister appointed members from the remaining list of the recommended candidates to replace both Ms. Binante and Ms. Mbanana. Also, the Western Cape representative was replaced. The Eastern Cape, Gauteng province, as well as the Free State representatives are still to be replaced. Now, the issue of the appointment of the CEO, this is a historical matter, which has been actually discussed in this committee, where it was indicated that the CEO reached a settlement with the NAC. And after that, Ms. Marian Binante was appointed as an interim CEO. And of course, if you look at the status, there was that settlement that happened, settlement equivalent to 6 months. Chair? Oh, okay.
No, I'm sorry.
All right. And then we are saying that Ms. Mbina was appointed as on an interim basis. And of course, the department concurred with such appointment on the basis that she was taking the position since the acting CEO was on sick leave. Of course, this was to last for a period of 1 month. And when the council member continued acting, the department wrote a letter raising this matter as breaching the National Arts Council. And now we're looking at this item which talks about the interim CEO resigning as a council member. Council asked her to stay for a month to do handover report. Interim CEO demanded that she be given a 3 months notice, questioning the reasons behind termination of her acting arrangement. And I think that also the details are going to come out quite clearly from the report of the NAC. Now, with regards to the appointment of a council member as part of the staff of the NAC, our DG received a letter from the interim CEO reporting that there were interviews where a council member was interviewed for a position, and therefore was requesting guidance from the DG through a letter dated 23 May 2002. And such a request were as follows. She was indicating that Councillor Tsepo Mashiane applied for the vacant role of a program manager, capacity building, and that he was indeed interviewed on the 23rd of May 2022. And of course, that he scored the highest points in the interview. When they were on the verge of appointing. However, because this person was a councillor, the interim CEO was then requesting guidance from the DG's office as to whether NAC can appoint him as a sitting councillor appointed by the minister. And of course, our DG responded to the interim CEO. There's a correspondence dated 26 May 2022, which we can summarize as follows. Our DG was very, very clear that a council member may not serve as a council member and staff at the same time, as this constitutes conflict of interest. Council member concerned should have declared his interest and resigned from council. Our DG also advised that the NAC to look at the ANC to the NAC recruitment policy and
Point of order, Chair.
Well, of course, advised
Point
to
of
look
order,
at,
Chair.
advised to look at the
Point of
NAC
order, Chair.
policy.
Okay,
Chairperson.
no, Honorable Mhlongo, oh, I didn't say that, I'm muted. I was saying, he said, sorry. Okay, Honorable Mhlongo.
Wow, Chair, ungangizwa ukuthi ngizothini. Why are you laughing?
I did hear that he said the ANC instead of
Oh.
NAC.
It must be
And then,
corrected because
you
he's
said,
acting as
sorry.
the DG. He's not serving the ANC here. He's serving the Sports, Arts and Culture as an acting DG, not ANC DG. Thank you.
Listen, but also you must accept when somebody is sorry. He said the ANC and then he said sorry, NAC. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mhlongo, it was just a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry about that. Well, the DG advised that, that they should look at the NAC recruitment policy and council charter on what it says on the matter. So basically, that's where Chairperson and honorable members and minister, I would really just leave this presentation so that a much more detailed presentation can then be taken over by the NAC council itself. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. Now I'm going to give chance the chairperson of the NAC, but I must just indicate we're here today because NAC from inception, you were not doing well. As this committee, I even said we must be having circulation of the minutes. The last meeting with you, NAC board, new or old, new will just get to know. We were querying about the way that we are working. You will just come to the meeting without preparing the notes, without giving us briefings. And to the last meeting, we were so surprised when you did come, and even the department was not having your briefing notes. And we were thinking that then you will overcome your problems. If we can go to our minutes, which is not going to go, but I've said, honorable members, they must reread the minutes. We cautioned you. We were saying that you are not happy the way that you are doing things, but I'm suspecting today you will be just be open to us to tell exactly from that last meeting what happened, because as this committee we've seen that so many resignations, maybe the reasons we can hear from the horse's mouth, not rely in the media. We didn't even call it department to come and tell us. So we call it department with your good selves to come and tell us what is the problem or what was the problem since then. To you, Chairperson of the NAC, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I do want to say we also appreciate this opportunity for us to be able to come and present to the committee. It almost sometimes feels as if it's such a long time before we are actually able to engage. And in between our engagements, you know, because
just a moment, Chairperson, you must not forget that there were information that we wanted that you must submit. Whilst the committee has got so many entities in between, we do want information to be submitted in our office. The office can attest on that. We can't just call you every now and then. In between, we want information to be circulated. I'm just in future, you must know that, Chairperson, that we can't call you every month. We have a long list that we're not yet calling in the committee. But the only thing that today I must caution and tell that when you want information, we must get information with immediately time frame on that. Thank you so much. As we're here today, even the list of the board members that we're supposed to know before we're coming there, even yesterday and other day, the office was still persuading to get the names and information. It must come to an end because we want to work with you, we want to assist you wherever there are gaps in order that we must do an oversight to each department, but what is going on about this board of themselves, because other boards, they do have their weaknesses, but this one, we want that today, you want that it must be strong, it must follow all the guidelines and their understanding of how do they link with the department, in order that as this committee must not call you every now and then, departments must come and account and give us a report about their entities and boards which are accounted to the department. I thank you. I'm trying not to having maybe closing remarks, but I want to give you guidance. There are members who will be love to ask questions, but very soon others, they will be leaving us in this meeting. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And in terms of the information flow, Chairperson, I do want to indicate that when we do receive questions that are coming from the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, they are normally channeled through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And our director usually sends us these questions, and we do normally respond, and we have responded to all the questions that have been sent through to the NAC that is actually coming from the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. So I do want to confirm on behalf of the NAC that we do share this information in time and on time when they do set the deadlines that have been given to us, Chairperson. So we do, and we are aware of the fact that we have to respect the chairperson's requests when they come through, as well as the other honorable members. So I just wanted to state that up front as well.
I'm sorry, I don't disrespect you. Honor, our content advice, tell this somebody who is insisting to get in the virtual meeting, that the Parliament, Ujabu, must communicate and tell them how do they get to be in our meeting, not through our virtual meeting. And in future, you must all know that the public, there's a public platform that others as well speaking, they are listening to us, not to be in the virtual meeting. I'm having that, honorable members. I'm sorry to do this because now our new conduct advisor is saying that somebody whom I'm not going to tell you, she is insisting to get in the virtual meeting. Don't give that person the virtual meeting invite. I thank you. I'm very sorry what I'm doing to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I see, Chairperson, that there was a hand from Honorable Mshongo. Did you want to address?
No, but we are not chairing the meeting. I didn't see the hand. It was a legacy hand.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Don't chair my meeting.
I promise to not chair your meeting, Chairperson. If they can just allow me to share the screen.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Yes, please. Okay, sweetheart, share the screen.
Thank you. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. Can Mrs. Achablile assist me so that I can be able to share, Chairperson?
It's not yet.
Oh,
Okay, yes, I'll do the Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I've made you the co-host.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Vincent?
Jabu, can share this screen, Jabu. Don't have ample time.
Yeah, Vincent? Company
Jabu?
Secretary?
No. Jabu, assist them, please.
Chair, I've made both of them the co-hosts. They can share from their side, Chair. I've made both the Chairperson and Vincent.
They are not doing that. It's not on the screen.
Vincent, can you please share the presentation on the screen, please? Apologies for the delay, Chairperson. We're going to get it right.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, share screen. Okay. Oh, good.
Vincent, switch your mic, Vincent.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Switch your mic, Vincent. Share the screen, not to talk.
Okay, I'm trying to share the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Please,
I just need to.
Can you
Can I
move
just
it?
make it? I'll just make it to PowerPoint. Yeah, I think yeah.
And please, can you go to the first slide? Okay. Thank you, Vincent. If you can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, you can stop right. You can stop right there, Vincent. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and honorable Minister, I would like to just take you through what the presentation outline is going to be. We are going to be discussing the resignation of the council members. We are going to be taking you through the appointment of the council members. We're going to also take you through the former Councillor Tsepo Mashiane matter. We are also going to take you through the former Councillor Marian Binante matter. We are also going to take you through some of the matters that you have seen in the media, which is around wasteful expenditure, South African Reserve Bank funds, which is also referred to as the 65 million that has been spoken about. We are also going to be speaking about the appointment of the acting CEO. We are also going to be updating you on the process of the recruitment of the NAC CEO. We are also going to be dealing with some of the questions that had come through from the Honourable Member Veronica van Dijk, asking about internal staff appointments. We are also going to be referring to some of the media articles that have been brought to our attention that we have all seen. And we are also just going to be taking you through feedback from the arts. I do want to say, Honourable Chairperson, that some of the slides, I am aware, excuse me, I am aware that honourable members are sitting with the slides, with the presentation as was presented to DSEC to be passed on to the to the portfolio committee. There is a slide that has been slightly updated because we've received additional information, but it is not really something that's completely out of or something that's really, really major. It's just a line or two. And when we do get to that slide, I will make that indication just so that at least, you know, all the honourable members are able to follow on the screen. So as it currently stands, the presentation is going to be presented to you as, you know, in accordance to what all members in the room have received over the last couple of days from DSEC. Let me please move on to the next slide, Vincent. I'll start with the resignations, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Council members since we last met. We have had a resignation from Councillor Linda Mbanana, and her reasons for resignation is she had been appointed to a senior role within her organisation that prevented her from sufficiently fulfilling her duties at the NAC. So she was just concerned that, you know, the NAC requires quite a lot of us, you know, from us as council members in terms of, you know, time. And she was just saying that she would like to be able to focus, you know, a whole lot more on her private, you know, business and the appointment that she had then been appointed to. So that was a personal reason as to why she left the council. With regards to former Councillor Tshepo Mashiane, that one I referred to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture because that can be addressed by them. With regards to Councillor Marian Binante, she sent through her resignation, and then on the same day when she sent through the resignation to the minister, she did indicate that she was resigning because she intended to apply for the position of the CEO at the NAC when it was advertised. And then the last one is Councillor Phumzile Zitumane, who was our former deputy chairperson. He also, resigned, and that matter I think has also been addressed by the department in their last presentation. In terms of appointment of new council members, honourable members, we have got a new council member that has been appointed by the minister, and she is appointed as a Western Cape Council representative, and her name is Councillor Bernadette Mutian. As you can tell, she is with us in the room today. Thank you. I'll start with the former Councillor Tshepo Mashiane matter. Mr. Tshepo Mashiane's appointment to the NAC was facilitated through a process that was not fair and transparent. The process to recruit, select, and appoint him into the entity was implemented by few council members as follows. The appointment was carried out by circumventing an approved council resolution that had stated that Mr. Mashiane would not be appointed until such time as the minister had been notified and consulted. The appointment was also made without the knowledge of the full council. The appointment had also been orchestrated by select council members with evidence emerging that indicates how the position would be funded, advertised, interviewed, to ensure that he was actually the person that was then going to be appointed to the position of capacity building manager without, again, council or DSEC knowledge. Council was alerted of his appointment during an EXCO meeting after the interim CEO had signed the offer letter to the former council member. The interim CEO confirmed that she had been informed by the deputy chairperson to appoint Mr. Mashiane following discussions with the HRC chair. The chairperson and COSEC consulted with legal advisors on the validity of the appointment since a council resolution had been deliberately circumvented to clear the appointment of Mr. Mashiane. The legal opinion confirmed that the appointment was deemed to be invalid since council had specifically addressed how the matter should be handled, as it involved a council member that was appointed by the minister. The interim CEO, upon learning that a council resolution had been circumvented by the deputy chairperson and coupled with the legal opinion that had declared the appointment as invalid, then issued a letter to Mr. Mashiane to not report to work pending the finalization of the council resolution. Mr. Mashiane opted to secure legal counsel to respond to the NAC. The evidence proving the orchestration of the appointment of Mr. Mashiane has been sent through to the department for review, and it is currently being processed by the department. On the 6th of August, Mr. Mashiane sent a letter to the state attorney seeking intervention from them on his matter. And the state attorneys responded to Mr. Mashiane and copied the National Arts Council and referred Mr. Mashiane to his Labor Relations Office. His matter is currently in legal status. When we move on to the matter of the former councillor, Ms. Marian Binante. Ms. Marian Binante was appointed to serve on the NAC Council by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in May 2021. She was seconded by Council to the position of interim CEO of the National Arts Council on the 12th of September 2021. This followed the then acting CEO, Ms. Julie Dipofa, going on medical leave, and there being no other senior executive in the NAC at the time who could be appointed as an acting CEO during Ms. Dipofa's absence. Ms. Binamtembo's appointment as interim CEO was for a minimum period of 2 weeks and subject to a maximum period of 6 weeks, or for a period that council might consider necessary as per the NAC's operational requirements. Council had also resolved that during her tenure as interim CEO, Ms. Binamtembo would suspend her duties as a council member and that she would return to being a council member once she stepped down as interim CEO. On the 7th of July, the NAC issued an RFQ for a recruitment agency to assist council with the recruitment of a CEO for the entity. The NAC is in the process of evaluating the responses to that RFQ. On the 20th of July, 2022, Ms. Binamtembo advised the Honorable Minister in writing of her resignation as a council member. On the same day, Ms. Mbina also wrote to the chair, advising her that she would like to formally and in writing declare her interest in applying for the role of the vacant CEO of the NAC. She also had indicated in the letter as well, Honorable Chairperson, that she had also advised the HRC committee at a meeting that had happened prior. But all the committee members of the HRC have since indicated that this is not true. They were never notified of her declaration. On the 31st of July, 2022, Council met and resolved, amongst others, to terminate the short-term appointment of the interim CEO. In terms of the termination notice that was provided to Ms. Mbinamtembo, Ms. Mbinamtembo was given a 1-month calendar notice. The notice period would commence on the 1st of August 2022 and end on the 31st of August 2022. Council also requested that during the notice period, Ms. Mbinamtembo would prepare a handover report, which report she would have to submit to the chairperson by no later than the 31st of August 2022. On the 1st of August, the chairperson sent Ms. Mbinamtembo the notice of termination of the interim CEO appointment. Chairperson also called her into a meeting, which was also attended by the company secretary, to discuss the terms of her termination. During the meeting, the interim CEO expressed that she would consider a 2-month notice pay period versus the 1 month that the NAC had offered. She also reported being approached by a journalist very early that morning of the 1st of August 2022, informing her of a council decision to terminate her as an interim CEO. The chairperson apologized to her for the unfortunate leak of the council discussions that had transpired the evening before, and requested her to communicate her counter proposal in writing. On behalf of the council, chairperson also thanked her for her short-term service at the NAC. On the 2nd of August 2022, Ms. Binante wrote to the chairperson, in which, amongst others, she requested confirmation of whether there was pressure from DSEC and senior officials or a director from the minister to expedite the termination of her, interim CEO appointment. She also expressed disappointment at being approached by journalists early in the morning of the 1st of August before receiving any communication from council on its decision regarding the interim CEO position being stopped. Excuse me, informing her of her firing as interim CEO. And then she also in the letter requested council to furnish her with written reasons for expediting the termination of her appointment as interim CEO. On the 4th of August 2022, Ms. Binante wrote another letter to the chairperson in which she lamented the delay in council, providing her with the reasons for expediting the termination of her appointment as interim CEO. In her letter to the chair, Ms. Binante advised that she was escalating the matter to the relevant state authorities that are normally seized with similar matters and requested to be furnished with council resolution that terminated her employment. On the 5th of August 2022, council met to, amongst other things, formulate a response to Ms. Mbina's letters that had arrived literally between that 1st of August and the 5th of or 4th of August period. Council then resolved inter alia to request her to serve her notice period from home and not be involved in any NAC activities any longer. She has since taken the NAC to the CCMA to challenge her termination. The wasteful expenditure. On the 16th of August, Ms. Binante wrote a letter to the NAC Council.
Chairperson, apology, Mam Zamin. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mshong.
I remember last time you advised Mam Zamini that these things must be shared. You know, always the chairperson, and there's a conflict. You present something that were included, you know, allegations that are there. I'll propose that let's hear board members that are aware of this presentation. Let them participate and share the presentation. Thank you very much. I'm going somewhere.
No, but we're not yet there, Honorable Mshongo. Those questions.
I'm saying to you, no, I'm not asking a question. Remember, you advise her. Now and then she will come as the chair of the NAC, not ANC. And she will present the whole presentation herself. Now I'm saying we have board members. If this presentation is for all of them, let them present. That's what I'm saying, not her to do everything.
Let's get to that, because now we cannot change. We are noting what we are saying, because if they didn't share this thing, this is not the first time that question is raised. I've noted what we are saying, and everybody is noted, Honorable Mshong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And I do want to confirm, Honorable Chairperson, that council members we took them through the presentation, so they are aware what is being presented today. And I do note that next time, if you want to hear varying voices from council, I would gladly be able to incorporate some of them, some of the other council members, as I have done in other portfolio meetings as well. On the 16th of August, Ms. Binante wrote a letter to council stating that she was reporting wasteful expenditure incurred by the council to relevant authorities. Chairperson responded to her on the same day and reminded her that the wasteful expenditure that she was alleging to have incurred was actually never incurred, because the entity in fact took the advice of legal counsel and never proceeded with the action that would have caused the wasteful expenditure. Chairperson also advised Ms. Binante to ensure that wherever she was reporting this alleged wasteful expenditure, she must also provide the response that had been given to her by the NAC, disputing allegations of wasteful expenditure that she had raised, since she had also been party to the decision to not proceed with the action which would have caused the wasteful expenditure. Media, excuse me, the next one is with regards to the South African Reserve Bank funds. And Honorable Chairperson, this is just the slide that I was referring to that has got an update, but it's still effectively exactly the contents that were on the original slide are still on here, so nothing has effectively been removed. Media questions surfaced shortly after the termination of Ms. Binante about NAC funds held by the South African Reserve Bank. The NAC can confirm that the funds were transferred based on a National Treasury Directive. All funds held in that bank account have been accounted for and are secure. Funds that are held in that South African Reserve Bank account are committed funds, which is project beneficiary funds, and also uncommitted funds, which are funds that are related to this current call that we are busy with as the NAC. We also would like to confirm that some of our sister entities, and notably the NFVF and Market Theatre, also hold accounts with the South African Reserve Bank in compliance with exactly the same National Treasury Directive. These funds are also recorded and appear on the NAC annual financial statements. This bank account, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, was audited by the Auditor General during the audit of the 2021-2022 financial year with no findings related to these funds. I'll move on to the appointment of the acting CEO. After the departure of Ms. Marian Binante, Council appointed Ms. Julie Dipofa to the position of acting CEO up until such time as the entity concludes its process to appoint the permanent CEO. Ms. Dipofa held the position previously after the suspension of the former CEO and left the post due to medical leave. The update with regards to the recruitment of the NAC CEO. Following the departure of the former CEO, Ms. Mangope, Council has embarked on the process to appoint the new CEO. To ensure independence of the process of this very key appointment, the entity chairperson is in the process of evaluating bids for the appointment of an executive recruitment firm to assist us in the administrative processes. We are also confident that the advertisement for the position of the CEO will be issued in the next weeks. A panel consisting of select internal council members and external panel members will be constituted to sit on the interview panel as well. This is again to ensure that the selection of the CEO is transparent and fair. We are currently waiting for the department. We had written a letter to the DG, and we are hoping to get the external panel members, from the DG's office over the next couple of days. Due to, excuse me, the next one is regards to the appointment of internal staff, sorry. Due to the fact that the acting CEO, Ms. Julie Dipofa, recently commenced her post, she will be looking into the matter related to the appointment of the HR manager and the graphic designer, and will provide comprehensive feedback to the PPC presentation of today. But we can confirm that all the staff appointments were signed off by the interim CEO, Ms. Binante. I do want to, say that, Honorable Chairperson, these were some of the responses, some of the questions that had been raised by Honorable Veronica van Wyk a couple of weeks ago. So we would like to also be able to give feedback on that at a later time today. Media articles. Since the pending of Mr. Mashiane's appointment to the entity and the termination of Ms. Binante, the NAC has received numerous media queries related to Mr. Mashiane's matter and other confidential entity information that has been deliberately leaked. Some of the articles have sought to portray the NAC as dysfunctional and or divided, and Council is aware that this has been brought about in order to question the Council's capability to run the NAC. We can confirm that NAC Council remains united and resolved to run the entity in a manner that is transparent and fair. We had also just included some feedback that is coming from the arts, industry as a whole. So we had taken some some information from our various social media pages, and which really show that there's always two sides to a story. One side, has got the very strong view where they maybe sometimes will go to the newspapers, or they'll have the power to be able to go to the newspapers and say negative things about the NAC. But also when we also engage, we also see the other side, honorable members, of our arts sector also, I think sending us positive messages of encouragement on the fact that we are doing the work that we are mandated to do as the NAC Council. I would like to read some, if it's okay. We've got one from Mandisi Indo. saying the social media person this year deserves a whooshem. This is the best communicator ever. Thank you for improving your team skills and availability for us. Magwande deserves an award. The next one is Madibeng. She says, we appreciate how the National Arts Council of South Africa is doing things lately in terms of communication, as well as the administrative requirements of the application phase.
Chairperson,
Yes.
never mind about these things, because immediately that we're doing this, there are so many that we also do have. Let's not come with these articles. It's okay that you have shared with us. Honorable members, they will read if they want to refer to this. They are not part of the report which we want. Media is always want to do whatever they want to do. Our role is oversight to the department, and then even to your good self to come and report. Leave the articles. We have so many articles of everything which is in the world. Leave those articles. As we're sitting here, there are those who want to join in the meeting. Whilst we have the platform where all media houses are getting to leave this part. Go on with another something if you want to tell us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the guidance. That concludes my part of the presentation. I would like to invite our acting CEO, Ms. Julie Tipofa, to please present the next section of the report, which has, which is around the National Arts Council's state of readiness around the PESP. And Julie, can I please hand over to you?
Yes, Julie.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister and
can we see your face just once?
Oh, okay. There I am. Okay.
Okay. What are you wearing? Oh, I'm seeing. Oh, we are in a dark.
Yeah, it's the lighting. Actually wearing
lighting.
a traditional duke, Honorable
I've
Chairperson.
seen. I wanted to start duke. This is September. This is our heritage.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Okay. Sorry about the lighting.
Okay. You can switch it off. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I also wish to extend my greetings to our chairperson and esteemed members of council, the acting DGG, and other officials that are on the call.
Chairperson, apology, Ma'am Judy.
Yes, Honorable.
I apologize to just jump in. I'm just checking the timeline on the proposed agenda. I'm just cautioning Guti. It's now 10, and then we're supposed to deliver this, because now and then we tend to get less time and more time for presentation.
Julie, can you fast track? In reality, is that some of the presentations we have read it, you need to browse, because members, they need to engage with your presentation. Okay. Don't be try to just talk to your presentation, talk to it.
Okay, I'll do so quickly, but I'm not able to share my screen. If I can be enabled to share my screen.
You know, you must always be proactive, asking the secretary of the committee in order that you must able to do that. Jabu, can you assist?
I'm allowed to share. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Just to take you quickly through the state of readiness for the PSP. I'm just going to be as quickly as I can, giving you the details, Chair. This is our tagline from the NAC Artist Power Watwa in Ishitonga, you hear. Essentially, we opened the call in June and closed on the 29th of July, 2022. This was a period of 6 weeks where we opened the call for the PESP. We had set the closing time to 1700 hours, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But then with the number of applicants that we're still trying to submit their applications, the traffic was actually so much and slowed the system. So we extended the closing date to 12 o'clock midnight, and throughout the night we monitored the submissions. In total, we have received 4,810 PSP applications. These were done through the grant management system, which is our online system, as well as through manual applications. So in essence, on the grant management system, we would have received 9,455, which had registered, but not all of them were able to submit. Only 4,465 submitted. And for those who lacked resources to apply online, they were given an opportunity, and the number that applied through manual submissions was 345. These are the statistics across the arts disciplines that the NAC supports. In craft, we receive 402, dance 327, music 1108, theater 510, visual arts 3821, multidiscipline 1766, literature 274, and those who had not indicated what their discipline is and who has just submitted proposal and no forms are 42, and the number counted for in total is 4,810. This is just a graphical representations of applications per disciplines that they have come. Multidiscipline traditionally is the most popular one, and most artists would apply in this discipline. In terms of provincial representation, Eastern Cape will receive 477, Northern Cape 175, Limpopo 476, KwaZulu-Natal 739, Northwest 399, Mpumalanga 349, Western Cape 270, Free State 407, Gauteng Province 1,458, and those that had not stated the provinces that they are from were 60. The total is still 4,810. This is a graphical representation which shows Gauteng as the province with the highest submissions, and the Northern Cape with the lowest submissions. In terms of progress to on the timelines that we have set for ourselves, I'll only skip through and mention those that are quite important, Chairperson, because this is quite detailed. Just to report that we have signed the MOU with the department. And yesterday it was reported that the first tranche was submitted to the NAC. With the funding that we did, the funding guidelines were all approved by Council. We needed additional resources to ensure that we run the process quite smoothly through an HR plan, which was approved by Council. We've also set up a call center to assist applicants when they apply. It's fully operational. We had stakeholder engagement with industry practitioners, with heads of departments in the provinces and so forth. This we have implemented. Also with the road shows that we have held, the visual road shows, these were all undertaken in the 9 provinces. We ran this campaign for about 2 weeks, and with physical workshops organized by the respective provinces, which we have attended. The vetting system has just begun, and also the verification process of applications. We began this last week. The budget for the adjudication has been set and approved for each of the disciplines that will be sitting, and the panel meetings will be starting as from tomorrow onwards. Council approvals not yet started. This will be done on the 26th to the 28th of September, and contracting will only commence after we have gotten our approvals from Council. Monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of the projects that were supported will commence on the onset of the disbursements, and the PSP closeout report has not started yet, but we have begun with our drafts with the work that we have done so far. What we did in terms of communication, even post the closing date, Honorable Chairperson, was to run website and social information infographics through our social media platforms to appeal to applicants to get ready for the contracting process so that they can have their valid tax clearance pins at the onset of the contracting, because otherwise this will delay the payment processes and disbursements. So progress to date, overall panel members have now begun with their reviews of applications. We have actually sent 1,572 applications that are now sitting with the panels and are currently being reviewed Meetings will commence as from 2nd of September onwards. Outcomes were still set to release this at the end of September on the 30th, and from then on, we'll issue grant notification letter and start with the contracting phase. And that's the end of where we are in terms of our PSP state of readiness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I take over now from you to ask members to engage with the presentation?
Yes, please, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Zondi, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Mhlongo, in that order. No, many. Yes.
Yeah, ngiyabonga. Ngicela ukuxolisa umsindo indawo engikuyona iyangicompromise ayicontrolwa yimina.
Please talk to us.
Ngizoba mfushane kakhulu, Chair. I-report is welcome. I-presentation is welcome, both of them. Chair, ngiyacela ukubulisana kuNyamboso ne-team yonke nakuMadlamini ne-team yakhe yonke yezivakashi. Few questions, Chair. The first one, what processes unfolded after the department responded to the Mashiane matter? I'm talking to the governance matter, Chair, in Kalangai. What processes unfolded after the department responded to the Mashiane matter, particularly in relation to the fact that council member may not serve as a council member and staff, as this constitutes a conflict of interest? When was Mr. Mashiane informed that he was successful in his application and his resignation from the council was apparently only tendered in late June? Has the council member indeed resigned? And is there a record for that from the NEC? The second one, Chair, is on PEP 3, more than half of those registered on the GMS failed to submit application. Does the NAC have any insight into why this may be the case? And the last one, Chair, what support was offered by the call center of potential applicants during the application process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. The next honorable member is Honorable Madlingozi.
My screen.
Askola ndoto ya subsidize. Why is this?
I'm Mhlongo mka. Honorable Madlingozi.
We welcome the presentation, and I would love to say my greetings to the leadership, the department, NAC, honorable members of the portfolio committee, and our visitors at large. Chairperson, I still don't remember or understand as to why the department the NEC had to reach a settlement with Ms. Rosemary Mangope and pay her 6 months later when she was found to be on the wrong side of the law. I'm not quite sure what was the answer about that. And also with this Ms. Marian Binante, I mean, was there any contract written to have Ms. Marian Binante taking the position of the acting CEO, Ms. Dipofa? And if there was, why was there some demands? Chairperson, there is this. I think it is the law with the NEC that a council member may not serve as the council member and a staff at the same time. I would love to ask this question because I believe that the NAC comprises of competent members appointed by the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture through a transparent public participation. Now, the question is, was Bongani Tembe's appointment as both the KZN and Johannesburg Chief Executive Officer and Artistic Director sent through the very same transparent public participation? Because he is a council member and also he's you know, he worked as a staff. I'm not quite sure how it works with him. So if there is any appointment document about that, can we be made to be transparent as to how he got to be holding those positions, to be a chief executive officer and artistic director of both KZN and Johannesburg? And now, who is running this Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra? What are the contents of that MOA between the NAC and the MNPO? And how much funds are we talking about that were channeled through the MNPO? If these funds were not part of a regular funding, where are they coming from? That is my question, Chairperson. And why is Ms. Mbina Mtembu's refuted letter not documented on this presentation? Because I saw Ms. Talentle just mentioned it, but it is not written. Why is it like that? And who is responsible for these leaks of NAC that are compromising the entity like every day, because they are always coming in and no one knows who's leaking them. Chairperson, the NAC once spoke about having more applications than the money is available for artists and all that, but there is this 65 million that is stashed at the Reserve Bank. Why are there monies being held at the South African Reserve Bank while artists are hungry and depressed? And what of the interest accumulated on the funds that are being held at the South African Reserve Bank? Chairperson, about the feedback from the artists is very much condescending and disrespectful to us as the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlingozi. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as I stated before, National Arts Council, they usually come to us and they tell us there's a screen which is we didn't get, or there's a presentation, a slide that we didn't get. The Chairperson still did not tell us which slide was it. I'm waiting for that. I think good governance must be adhered to by the National Arts and the department, and they don't adhere to that. I put it to you, Chairperson. Why is the committee was not informed about 65 million rand? Who authorized the shifting of 65,000 rand to Reserve Bank? And was the acting CEO and the CFO informed, or who instructed the transfer without council resolution? If there was council resolution, can we have a copy of those resolutions? Let's go back to the HR issues. Was the minister involved in HR issues, and the chairperson of the NAC, was he involved on the HR issues? If yes, can they tell us why? If not, there are allegations that they were involved, and let's address those allegations. You spoke about legal status regarding Mashiane's issue. What is legal status? You don't tell us more. What is it? You're saying legal status. When was Mashiane appointed? Give us a date. When did Mashiane resign? Give us a date. And when was Mashiane advised to resign? When was he resign? He resigned as an NEC member first. He was appointed after. Give us those dates and then we'll take it from there, because your presentation is not clear. And we don't want to get this from the media. You must tell us what particular irregularity on the recruitment process regarding Mr. Mashiane, and the position of program manager. It's part of your diagram. I went back to the documents that you gave us before. It's there, capacity building, it's there. Now, why is it, you give us a picture like this position, it's a new position, and it was created for Mr. Mashiane? No, it was advertised. And I can give you a date which I have on the previous document. It was advertised. The closing date was May 10, May 2022. CVs must be given to jobs@nac.org.za. Chairperson, why did the council see appropriate or important that the minister must be involved in the recruitment process? Because I'm now coming with allegation that that's why councillors members, and you are giving us that 4 council members resign, it's 9 according to what I have, not 4 on your presentation. Now, did the minister appoint or include the chairperson to revamp or to ask Tshepo to resign, yes or no? Which law or policy within the NAC did the council apply to invoke the conclusion that the appointment of Masiane must be sanctioned by the minister as alleged, and what makes it irregular? What resolution of council or legal pursuing that this appointment of Masiane it's uncalled for? If so, can we get audit recording, minutes, council meetings? When was it revoked, or what was the decision of the council? Who authorized the appointment of the legal firm Moody and Robertson? Were council members involved or not? If they were involved, can we get a resolution of council and audio and visual recording and the minutes of that meeting? The chairperson of council, it's allegedly that he's conflicted on the Masiane issue and on councillors who resigned, because they resigned allegedly saying, Ungu izwiledwa. Allegedly they're saying you are a dictator. You want your term to be heard. If someone asks you or differs with you, you deal with him. And we are told that you are dealing with Tshepo because there was an issue that you disagree while he was a member of council. Chairperson, what labor or laws that not permitting a member who resigned from the unit and later he applied and he gets the opposition? Because the information I have, Tshepo resigned before the appointment, he resigned as a member, and I need those dates as I've asked, and I'll make my own conclusion. Can you tell us about Tembe? Tembe is a member of the NAC. He's the CEO of the so-called National Orchestra. Can you explain that part? When was he appointed as a member? When was he appointed as a CEO? When he's appointed, was he there when you gave the National Orchestra money? Did he part, we need the minutes. Was he part of the decision when you took the money to the so-called National Orchestra? Chairperson, it deems that this evidence that we listen and the presentation that we have here, the contrary. There's a declaration of the whole council must be put under administration. And I put it to you, Chairperson of the committee, this council must be put under administration. They don't adhere to the rules. This is not the first time that they appoint a council member to be a staff member. And they declared today that they've appointed the so-called CEO who resigned, was a council member. Now they must be put under administration. And I wanted to find out, the whole council, did they relinquish or call for immediate dissolution based on the contrary of the labor law or basic condition of law? Why was the council continue to operate and claiming that they're doing good governance in pursuing the issue? Because the DG was involved too. The former DG, not the acting DG. Chairperson, now I want to put it to you. I've got follow-up question, but I want to ask the minister because he's here and I've got only this opportunity to ask the minister about one question. There's an tomorrow, in fact, it started yesterday. I know it's off record. I'll have follow-up question later. The issue of the dance conference. There's an Indaba, there's a conference that is happening. Who authorized that Indaba? Minister, can you give us information regarding that Indaba? We are told that the Mpomo labor was awarded 99,000 rand was awarded. Was this publicly known? Was this advertised? Which terms of reference did the department or whoever that authorized this budget as a line item, and how many submissions were received from the National Theatre Dance Policy? Thank you very much for now, Chair.
You know, some other questions that are not related to this, we still have some meetings of the committee that we can raise. We don't have enough time. As I was saying that it's not a crime that we agreed to have this meeting today, but some of the members, they indicated that they will attend the meeting, but we must be aware that they've been in the house the whole week. They are having the problem of lights. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I've noted, they've noted all the questions, those who are supposed to answer. Can I give Honorable Adams?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also thank the entity NAC for and DSEC for the presentations. Chairperson, I have a few questions. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, we're going to tell you, honorable members, when we don't hear you, just get on to the point.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
My question is, what is the allocation funds for the PSP 3 and what is the targeted number of the beneficiaries? The next one, how is the entity promoting its support to artists, as many artists complain of inadequate support? And why does Western Cape and Northern Cape low? Is the NAC reviewing its policies and legislation? And what consideration is the department making to strengthen governance across the entities? Is the department and the entity needing to amend the NAC Act number 56 and 1997 to improve corporate governance to address gaps in the Act? And if so, which specific matters require review? The NEC notes that it has received a total of 4,810 applications for the PSP 3 funding. Please provide a breakdown on the number of applications per funding threshold. And then, Chairperson, can DSEC please supply the committee with the names of the former council members who resigned or relieved from their duties? Who is the Western Cape representative placement, for example? My last one, Chair, is the council fully constituted as per the NAC Act? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Veronica.
Thank you also for the presentation. Most of my questions were asked by
Can't hear you. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
I'll go to another platform.
There's an echo. What is going on? There is an echo whilst you are speaking. Maybe it's got a problem of network. Honorable Van Dijk.
If we can continue with another member, then I will try to log on a different platform.
Okay. I will come back to you. Honorable Mama Bulo.
Yeah, also with me there are challenges, man. They have stolen some cables here. Load shedding is coming in and out. So I'll please pardon me with regard to the video, Chair. Chair, I want to welcome the presentation, man. The first question was touched by Honorable Madvingos with regard to to the leaks, man. They are very, very worrying. Every time the issues of NAC are leaked to newspapers, media, and so on, before we could even indulge all them as members of parliament. It's really worrying. Yeah, they must tell us who are leaking these things and how are they going to deal with it. I want to check also on their progress, the recruitment progress of the entity. How far are they recruiting people into their entity? The last one should be around department. For department, what measures are you taking to make sure these things are in order? All your entities, most of them are just out of order. I don't know why. What is happening, DG? Please tell us, man, clarify us. NAC, now we love you, but you are only funding people in urban areas. We don't see you in rural areas. Yeah, Limpopo, we are finding people there and there, and the very same people. We must expand and touch the lives of the poor. This is what our people are voting for. They're not voting for the elite. They're voting for community members to grow and the poor communities to grow. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for all presentations. I'm lost, Chair. On the 4th of August, Bina Tembo wrote a letter, which it was not a first letter, to the Chairperson regarding termination of her appointment. And on the 5th, the council met requesting her, requesting Umbina not to, for a period, not to be involved to these matters as he was not at work. But on the 16th, Mbina again wrote a letter. Umbina Lona always wrote letters to the council. Esekhaya, niyamthanda Umbina Lona. Ubhali incwadi usekhaya kodwa akekho emsebenzini. I am not clear on that. Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Sibia. Honorable Malomane. Honorable Malomane. Honorable Malomane. Is Honorable Malomane on the platform? Is Honorable Van Dijk ready?
I've just let Ms. Van Dijk in the meeting again, Chair. She's coming in now, but I can't find my mom.
Okay. Can I raise some few questions also myself? Thank you for the presentations that we're getting, but I'm suspecting really, as I'm listening to the questions and which we've read, the presentation from the department, the presentation from the NAC, I can say that something is not well with the NAC, and maybe as this committee would love to tell you that would love to see you doing well, and want to give you the assurance that from us to you, NAC and the department, the matters which are raised here, they must not escalate to a level that they will impact on the NAC ability to carry its mandate. I want to ask this question: what criteria does the NAC use to balance the different disciplines and equitable distribution of funds to all provinces? And then also, how does the NAC monitor the impact of the support it provides to artists, and what is the effect of previous presidential employment stimulus package? Let me just end there. let me go back, is Honorable Van Dijk back?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you also for the presentation. I think most of my questions have been asked, but I also want clarity. With regards to the 65 million that was mentioned by Honourable Strongbow, I want to know on that specifically, where did that money come from? And can we, who signed it over to the Reserve Bank? And where is it reflected on the financial statements that we receive? Can we, as the committee, receive a copy of where this 65 million was signed over, so that we can also be informed on by whom it was signed off? That is my one question. Then I want to just ask for clarity. Apparently, on the 30th of June 2022, the Deputy Chair informed that Councillor Mashiani has resigned. That was to this acting CEO, and that she can appoint the project manager capacity building. When was this council resolution on the appointment of Mr. Mashiani presented to the former CEO? Was she informed timelessly of this resolution? And can we have a copy of this resolution that was taken by the board, not the opinion of the legal person, but the original minutes that reflect when this was taken? And then I also want to know what is the legal fee so far spent on this Mashiani matter? The last question, can we receive a copy of the letter of where Mr. Mashiani resigned? Thank you.
Thank you. In order that I must not come back, I'm looking at the time. I've got two other questions. I wanted to check how much.
Chair, sorry, Chair.
No, I'm in the platform. No, Honorable.
No, I'm just asking. Did you throw my hand?
No, I'm still on the platform. Please wait, Honorable Member.
Okay.
I'm saying, Honorable Members, I would love to check how much in legal fees has to date been spent on trying to resolve the Mashiane matter. And also, was the former interim Mbina Mthembu paid honorariums in addition to her salary as acting CEO? Can the NAC and the department provide evidence to refute this? I thank you. Honorable Makaula, you were not in when we started. Can I give you the chance to talk? Thank you. Mama Kaula. Mama Kaula. Mama Kaula. Mama Kaula. Honorable Makaula. Honorable Makaula. Honorable Makaula. Honorable Makaula. Honorable Makaula.
Thank you, Chair. Ngixolisa Mtaba ngisemsindweni la kuyasetshenzwa eminyango. Ngibingelele Chairperson ngade ngagcina ungene ekomidini. Ngingene just ngingene emhlolweni ngiphinde ngisibonge nenyanga ye-culture amasiko ethu nokusigqugquzela. No, nami la ngithe ngene lana kulento anganoma ngiyazwakala le nalo orizalile.
Uyazwakala mama.
Ngiyabonga sithandwa sami. Kamashiane. Ikhona inkinga ekhona lapha kule department yaka Art and Culture. Ziningi izinto esizitholayo, abanye kuthiwa barizana, abanye baze babe nama-threat like khona nje enye i-case ebengisathi ngisazophinde ngikhulume ngayo thola ukuthi angeneki. Bengiyothanda ukuthi-ke kubhekwe lapha ukuthi under uminister kwenzakalani khona inkinga ezikhona lapha zokudliwa kwezimali mazidliwa lezi mali bese kufunakala ukuthi abantu bafakwe ngamakhanda mabeqinisa amakhanda bathenjiswe ukuthi abahambe basule emsebenzini kanjalo njalo bathenjiswa i-thread enye yenkinga ezikhona ngidlule ngene ku number 2 khona into engayi-understand ukuthi ngathi soyisho kanjani la lana sikwi-portfolio yakwa-art and culture but kodwa sibona thina izinto sezenzeka ngale kokwazi ukuthi endaweni ethize kwenzekalani like njengale marathon ebisethekwini KZN la kuze kwakhona abalahlekelwa imiphefumulo yabo siyojabula masile portfolio committee sazi each and everything abagijimayo ukuthi napa kuzogijinywa kanje no although singazi-ke sikisho asingene in details to bani kwakabantu but kodwa sibe yi-part and parcel kanjalo futhi noma kuthiwa kunemicimbi mhlambe like lento eyithinta ukugcotshwa kwesilo nathi sazi sibonakale kuze kubonakale ukuthi eParliamente bakhona abantu abamele ama-culture bakhona abantu abamele ama-artists ngoba ekugcineni lezi zinto egcina sezisibukela phansi sangathi thina la sijabulela nje just ukukhuluma kodwa mase kuthiwa kufanele ku-implement asibonakali nathi sikhona and ngiyojabula ukuthi nalento kade i-Raiser isihlalo wami ibonakale yenzeka amaciko ethu siwabone ethola amathuba yes sekuza sababona noma sikanda bewela bayaphesheya asibabone phela nalapha beqasheka khona ngizoma lapho nje ngoba angifuni ukubambezela kuningi khona okubona ukuthi akuhambi kahle kule portfolio committee kulo department aka-art and culture okufuneka kulungiswa uminister ngiyacela and uminister ungwase KZN uzalwa khona if kuthiwa kunomcimbi wokulontshwa kwesilo lapho kugcotshwa he must make sure ukuthi liyabonakala ikomiti lakhe nalo lapho liyi-part and parcel ukuthi liyomela izinto zayo ze-culture and ngibonge ngifuna lo mnyango wethu waka-art and culture ukugcizelela ukuthi even nasey'koleni akubuyelwe kuyofundiswa kogqugquzelwa ngama-culture kuyogqugquzelwa ngokufundiswa ngokwama-history ngiyabonga ube wena sithe wethu ozosihola ube phambili la sivunule kuze babone ukuthi lezi zinto esikhuluma ngazo zikhona eParliamente nathi siyazenza enkosi ngiyabonga sithandwa sami ngimthanda nyani
ngithanda nyanyani siyabonga mama ukhawula Honorable Malomane siyabonga mama wethu Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My apology, I won't show my video. I'm in and out of the meeting. I'm raising hand. When I'm out, it kicked me out as if I've never raised a hand, but my apology, I won't show my video. Let me also welcome both presentation. But Chair, my question, sorry, my question, it will be based on the worry that I'm having, because I can see that the council members are resigning from their position and want to apply for the position in the management. My question is, what is the cause of the petting of the council members of NAC having an interest in joining the management of NAC? As shouldn't be the NAC change its policies to bar council members from applying and having a cooling period to manage conflict of the interest. The other issue is that I can see that the department has received a letter that the council needed an advice on the issue of the appointment of Councillor Tsepo Mashian, and they've responded to the council. The department or the DG has responded. I just want to find out to the council, what have they made after there was this response? What have they done after there was a response of this thing? The other question is based on the issues of PESP. I just want to find out, because in the previous, there were previous investigation. I just want to find out how far are they, what is the progress on those investigations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I've seen two hands that I'm suspecting they are legally ones, legacy, not legal, legacy. I'm seeing a hand of Honorable Mamabulo, Honorable Mhlongo. If you still want a follow-ups, raise hands. Or
No,
your
Chair,
hand.
mine is an old hand. Sorry, I'll lower it down now. Sorry.
Yes. Honorable
Chair, mine is not. You said the question Yagampo Mulepo, it's not allowed. Chair, I want to advise Honorable Mamompo Mulepo. She's the member of the advisory panel to the NAC. I think it's allowed, that question.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Noted. I'm seeing again Honorable Veronica.
Chairperson, there's just one question that I see that I left out. I just want to find out who instructed the lawyer, Mr. Morrison, to write the letter that the previous CEO had to sign. If we can just get clarity on that, and also what what he. Sorry, can you hear me, Chair?
The last one, we didn't hear you.
Sorry, I just wanted to find out the letter that the lawyer, Mr. Morrison, has written for the CEO to sign. That was put in the NIC letterhead and signed by the former CEO, addressed to Mr. Mashiani. Who instructed him to write the letter, and what did he charge for that? We received a copy, the email, as you would recall. I'm just asking about that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Madlingozi, I'm doing that in order that all our questions must be raised, in order that we have ample time to listen in our responses, and then finally the minister will be the last to take it. Honorable Madlingozi. Honorable Madlingozi. I'll come back to Honorable Mhlongo. I'm still giving Honorable Madlingozi the platform. Honorable Madlingozi.
This, excuse me, this other question that I left is, who is the former NAC employee who worked as an arts development officer in the arts discipline, calling applicants under the pretense that he or she is being part of the NAC official? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Madlingozi. We've seen that article, all of us. Thank you that you raise it. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Since not to opportunity, is Honorable former Councillor Mashiane, is he still getting paid? If he's getting paid, don't you see this is a wasteful expenditure? What is the view of the AG at a later stage? Will that money, and can they tell us how much to date has been getting paid, or no Mabanga declared the actual, but is he getting paid to date? And another issue, can they confirm if there's abuse of power of public funds, courts, money abused to utilize for personal gain, especially when you check things that are happening between Mashiane board member and the so-called NEC board. And Chair, I still put it to the members of the committee. And I'm not saying it's a suggestion. I think we must propose that the NAC must be under administration. Minister must start afresh, appointing new council members. That is my proposal, Chairperson. Abasebenzi, abaqala ukuza nomkhonyo vesuzwa namhlanje, sihlala sizizwa zonke lezi zinto. Ngikhumbula nayo imali yama-artist, kwakuyinto ezifana nalezi. Ama-board member benefit, amanye angabenefit. Now, it's high time, I cannot be fooled twice. You can only fool me once. The second time I must be vigilant. I think we are vigilant as this committee, and I move therefore the motion that the NAC must be put under administration. Thank you.
That motion, it needs a support of all members. We'll get there, but honorable members, they are hearing you, in order that there must be no one who think that it's automatically taken. I'll need the members to respond on that. There's nothing wrong about that proposal, but it needs the support of the committee. By now, can all the hands be lowered down? all the hands down. Yes, thank you very much, honorable members. I'm suspecting this Friday you didn't waste your time. You have done your oversight, and everyone who has been writing, posting, all those who have interest, some they were thinking that we are just sleeping emsebenzini. We are not. I would love to say that this committee started during Easter 2021 when the COVID started. We're still doing that to date. Can I take this opportunity to give the chairperson of the NAC to give her colleagues to give us answers, and then at the end, when they've exhausted, I will give it to you, the Minister of the Department. I thank you. To you, Chairperson of NAC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Members, for all the very important questions that you have posed. I just would like to, I'm going to just go ahead and declare that, Chairperson, there was I think for about maybe 2 minutes, I also lost connection, and I see that probably there was a question related to a panel member that may have been posed. Can I get that question, Chairperson, so that I can also be able to answer?
Can you leave that? You have a collective, they will respond, and then if that question is not yet responded to, I'll handle that part. Let's start with those that all of you've heard about it.
Okay.
Let me check. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start by responding, excuse me, on the matter related to Councillor Mashiane and his appointment. Honorable members are asking the dates. I will just take it back and say that the first date that I want to note here is that on the 13th of June, 2022, a special HRC meeting was convened to consider the appointment of Councillor Mashiane. And during that particular meeting, HRC resolved that the council should note that the councillor had resigned, and that council notes that the councillor Mashiane would be appointed into an administrative position within the NAC. The interim CEO to finalize recruitment by appointing the former councillor to an administrative post as soon as the office receives confirmation of the resignation by the councillor, and that the council charter must be reviewed to incorporate social ethics matters as well as procedures for dealing with councillors' interests, including the interest in appointment within the administration. Then the following day after the HRC meeting, which is the 14th of June, the deputy chairperson then received a resignation letter from Councillor Mashiane. I do want to note that the HRC resolution of the 13th of June, which is the day before, states that Councillor Mashiane has resigned, when in fact Councillor Mashiane submitted his resignation on the 14th of June 2022 to the deputy chairperson. Council then met on the 15th, which is the following day, and discussed the submission that had come through from HRC related to the appointment of Councillor Mashiane to this position. And the recommendation, the resolution that came, honorable members, from council was that council noted the resignation of Mr. Mashiane as a member of the council, that council consults the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture on the matter before management can finalize the appointment to the position. And this was, I think, due to the fact that we were dealing with a council member, that a letter must be written to the minister on the matter, and that council requests a meeting that the minister, council requests a meeting with the minister to take him through all the various correspondence. That council also seeks independent legal advice on whether there are any relevant legal provisions that may preclude a councillor from being appointed to an administrative position within the organization before the consultation with the minister. And that we had said that this independent legal opinion must then accompany the letter to the minister. Honorable members, this was the 15th of June. 5 days later, the deputy chairperson signed the legal brief to obtain the legal opinion from our lawyers that would then accompany the letter to the minister so that the council can engage the minister on the matter regarding the council member. On the 24th of June, the legal opinion was obtained. However, instead of completing the council resolution by then taking the legal opinion and writing to the minister to consult with them on the appointment after the opinion, the deputy chairperson then contacted the interim CEO and advised her to continue with the process.
Julie, mute. Julie, mute. Honorable Makaula, switch off. Sorry, chairperson. Honorable, yes. I'm sorry about that, chairperson.
That's good. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Instead of completing the council resolution by referring the matter to the minister and consulting him on the appointment of Mr. Mashiane, since he had been a council member, the deputy chairperson then contacted the interim CEO and advised her to continue with the process of the appointment. On the 30th of June, which is 6 days later, the interim CEO signed the offer letter to Mr. Mashiane as per the following terms: program manager, capacity building, with a salary of 763,935 total cost to company per annum. And the duration was for a 2 years fixed term contract, which is with a start date on the 11th of July, 2022. On the 5th of July, during a council exco meeting, the interim CEO made an announcement that she wanted to provide an update to council exco that she had appointed Councillor Mashiane. This came as a surprise to some of us, the members of council, and in particular myself, because I had actually recused myself as the chairperson when the matter with regards to Councillor Mashiane had been deliberated in council. And my feedback that we had received was that the matter would have been referred to the minister's office. So when we started inquiring how effectively this appointment had happened and who had then, circumvented this, then the event started to unfold, and you could tell that there was just something that was going on behind the scenes that effectively was not in accordance to the NAC's Act, and was really, I think, filled with a couple of processes that were extremely, extremely unfortunate. We then reported this to the minister, and the minister held a meeting with the NAC Council with regards to the matter. And him and his office are currently dealing with the matter as it currently stands. So, honorable members, I do want to say that that matter is currently being dealt with at DSEC level, in terms of any of the council members that would have been involved in that particular appointment. There was a question as well regarding why is it that council members are wanting to join in the entity? Honorable members, I think it really, really does also probably surprise us as well, because when we had when we, of course, initially had appointed the interim CEO into the position of interim CEO coming from, council, this was, number one, meant to be a very short-term assignment. As we are all aware that Ms. Julie Dipofa, who had been the acting CEO, had then taken medical leave, and everything was just so sudden, and we needed to make sure that we stabilized the entity and made sure that we were able to continue, because we were already dealing with a very serious PESP matter that we wanted to make sure was resolved, and resolved exceptionally well. And we can say that we are fortunate that it has been resolved very well. PESP has been implemented. Artists have all received their money, the ones that have reported accurately, and we are on course in terms of right now, of course, implementing PESP 3. So when we find these council members wanting to join council, it really perplexes council, probably in a manner as well, because we are all aware of the fact that good governance will state that ideally there should be a cooling off period. And unfortunately for us, when these scenarios started unfolding, there was nothing in our council charter, there was nothing that was very clear in terms of our policies around council members wanting to be a part of operations in the entity. And hence, I can say and confirm that right now, council is looking into those policies and trying to see how it is that we can then be able to deal with with instances to ensure that, you know, there's a clear process around how these matters are handled. But for now, we are being guided by DSEC, because DSEC are the ones that actually appoint council members. We do not appoint council members, honorable members. There's also another very important point that I think was raised by one of the honorable members, and they were asking, what was the response, the initial response from DSEC when this was reported? So, honorable members, when the matter first came to chairperson's attention around the fact that Councillor Mashiane, you know, had then applied to the post, the first way that we kind of got wind of it, well, in particular myself as the chairperson, was we had received an email that had come from the interim CEO, where she wrote, "Good morning, chairperson, deputy chair and advocate. I hope you're well. I request your guidance on a dilemma with a scheduled interview tomorrow. We will be interviewing candidates for the position of capacity building manager tomorrow morning. Amongst the shortlisted candidates is Councillor Mashiane. As he is still a council member and therefore our accounting authority, meaning our senior boss, and exercising oversight on administration, I am requesting advice on the following. Number one, from a governance perspective, can we interview our boss? Where do we draw the line? In the event that he is not the best candidate, how will the relationship be managed between the interviewers and him, as it has a potential to be complex? In the event of his appointment, will he remain as a councillor? Whether the council can assist in obtaining a view from DSEC in this matter." There were some responses, and I did indicate to my response to the chairperson at the time was that I definitely am not comfortable with herself continuing with the appointment. And I then requested her to please contact DSEC and make sure that she was involving DSEC in this discussion, because this was a council member that we were dealing with. And I had no jurisdiction over, you know, discussing you know, whether a council member should be interviewed or not at that particular time. The response that came, so the CEO, the interim CEO, then sent an email through to the Deputy General, Uvu Simkiza, and he's basically asking him, or rather before she wrote the letter, when I had then responded to her in the email, to that original email, where I had said to her, please make sure that you contact DSEC, and DSEC provides guidance to you on how to deal with this, the fact that you are being asked to interview a council member. Unfortunately, I think for us as the NAC, the interim CEO then seemingly got pressure from some of the council members to then go ahead and do this interview. Because by the time I then got wind of it, she had called me to say, oh, I got pressure to interview the council member. And unfortunately, myself and the interim CFO were then asked to sit in on the interview. And we interviewed him, and amongst the candidates that were presented, he then turned out to be the best candidate. I said, well, I mean, at this point, interim CEO, we are talking about someone that's a council member, a sitting council member who's still participating in council activities. And then we're also talking about someone that you are saying right now that you have already interviewed, okay? Please, again, I'm asking, please, can you please connect with DSEC and make sure that DG, if anything, is at least aware of this process. She then wrote the letter to DG, but when she's now writing the letter to DG, it's very clear that she's now not making a request to say, what should I do? Because now I'm being asked to interview as my boss. But effectively, DG, I have now interviewed my boss. What should I do? DG responded, honorable members, and he was very clear. I'm going to read out his response. It says, a council member may not serve as an employee of the organization simultaneously, as this constitutes a conflict of interest. Therefore, when the potential interest arose, Mr. Mashiane should have disclosed to council the direct personal interest, and he had to then vacate the position. Sorry, he had to the vacant position of the program manager and then resign from council. The NAC recruitment policy and the council charter should also be able to give guidance and direction to this matter. Since the interviews into the management position have already been conducted, and Mr. Mashiane is a potential successful candidate, he must resign as a council member of the National Arts Council. I want to note 2 points from DG's response, honorable members. Number one, DG states that before a councillor applies for the post, he or she must declare his interest in applying for the post to council. And then secondly is that he must resign from council. I want to note that, unfortunately, Councillor Mashiane did not declare to council his interest in applying for the post. And as a matter of fact, right throughout the process, he was involved. He was involved in the approval of the post. He was involved in the approval of the funding of the post. He was involved right throughout as a sitting council member. And he had not then declared his interest. So I just want us to be able to note this, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members as well. Let me just continue. Then post the response that had then been received from the DG, I did indicate that council then went through all of these processes where it sat on HRC, it came and was presented to the main council, and council passed a resolution that said, do not appoint Mashiane until Councillor Mashiane's matter has been reported to the department, because we wanted to make sure that we were also aligned to the NAC Act and how do we then deal with this matter in particular. And I'm so happy that one of the honorable members speaks about this issue around the cooling off period. Our ARC chair, one of the deliberations in one of the deliberations was mentioning the fact that good governance would indicate that a council, anyone that is coming from the board into operations, ideally good governance would require some form of cooling off period. And unfortunately, as the NAC, we were then not even given this opportunity to do so, due to select members that had then taken it upon themselves to actually ensure that this appointment had happened. I'd like to then move on and speak around who is responsible for these leaks. Now, actually, maybe before I speak to the leak, I think let me go straight into the matter of the interim CEO. And it also is in response to one of the questions or comments that had been made again around why are council members coming into the entity? Honorable Chairperson, I don't know, really, I don't know. And I'd love to answer that. But one thing I can assure you is that not all council members have this behavior. Not all council members at the NAC are wanting to work at the NAC. I mean, for us, I think we do want to observe good governance, and we also understand the difference between the fact that we are playing an oversight role and then versus the fact that we now would need to be going into operations. As already as it is, Parliament, the Portfolio Committee has cautioned the NAC around council members going into operations. We have received and heard this continuously. And when we then started seeing these actions—
Yes, Honorable Mhlo.
I'm still warning you, Chair, to you, Chair, our chairperson, not Mam Dlamini. You see, Guti, she's the only one who's responding to our question. I want you to note that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Mhlongo. I've said she must answer and she's going to delegate. So I'm not yet sure whether she's going to be only person who's answering. Please, let's not entertain this. Let's wait until she told us that I've finished, and I'm giving other members. Please go on, Chairperson Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I've even lost my thoughts, but I think one of the things that I just want to, I was just reiterating, honorable members and honorable Chairperson, is that it is very concerning to us where we are seeing council members, wanting to come into the entity, and this is just from a basis of good governance, and that really is a concern to us. But we are fortunate that I think DSEC has been really playing a very good oversight role in terms of this matter, because council, when we are seeing exactly as these matters are arising, we are now referring some of these matters to DSEC for them to be able to assist us and guide us on how we can be able to continue and manage the situations. I also want to confirm again, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, that the interim CEO, as the title says, interim, this was not a permanent post. And this was a position that had been given to her because she was a council member sitting with us, seeing the pain that we were also going through in terms of managing PSP at that point in time. And we asked the department, and the department said to us, yes, it's fine, put her in for just a short period, but please be cautious. We are not comfortable with council members acting in operational positions. I also want to confirm a question that you have asked, Chairperson or one of the members, around where we then double paying her. I want to confirm we were not double paying the CEO, the former interim CEO. When she moved from the position of, when council asked her to please come and just hold the position for a short-term period, she then suspended her duties as a council member and was then not paid as a council member, but was only then paid in the position of the interim CEO, because that was now a position internally. So I want to confirm, because I have also seen it, being said a couple of times, that at some point we were paying the acting CEO, an acting CEO salary. We were then paying interim CEO and an interim CEO salary, and we were paying Mambi Namtembu a council sitting salary. I want to dispute that and say that is definitely not true, Chairperson. I also then would like to, then now I can then be able to speak around the leaks. Honorable member, it is very concerning to council members, and we have raised this quite consistently over the last couple of weeks. And we really, by the way, I have to say that these leaks in particular, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, have really come only after the departure of former Councillor Mashiane and former Councillor Binamtembu. So we don't know exactly, what is the problem. Perhaps maybe we do have, some council members within us that still may be aggrieved around the fact that Councillor Mashiane is not working in the entity. And I mean, at this point, we don't know. But as council members, I think the larger collective and the majority of us, this is something that is concerning. And I can assure you, it's probably one member out of all of us that is probably doing this and really working against the council. What are we doing about it, about the leak? I guess all we can do is we can just continue to caution. And we are cautioning each other as council members to say, please, members, this is not good governance. We can't be receiving information, and the next thing, before it's even ventilated in a council meeting, or immediately after a council meeting, we now have newspapers, peddling the story. I mean, it really, really is unfortunate. However, and I think one of the things that does really probably upset us a lot is because we ideally would have wanted an opportunity to come and inform the portfolio committee about these matters before they are even ventilated in the papers, because we've spoken about this where honorable members have requested the NAC to say, NAC, we don't want to read about your matters in the papers. Please come and talk to us first. And Chairperson, I really do want to, I think at some point in time, there was a period where we were even responding to the media and saying to them, we are unable to respond at this time because we are waiting to go and present to the portfolio committee through the department. So, we are trying our best to make sure that we observe this commitment that we made to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I want to then go next, Chairperson, and deal with the 65 million rand matter. I think I kind of covered it, but I'm going to repeat it again. When I was doing my my slide around the Sarb Funds. The Sarb Funds is South African Reserve Bank funds, Chairperson and honorable members. Effectively, we have at the NAC 3 bank accounts. We've got 2 Absa accounts, and we've got then the South African Reserve Bank account. And it is normal practice within the NAC that funds may be used in one particular account to then hold funding for matters that need to be paid out over the next couple of days. And then we could have another account that's possibly holding funds that need to be then dispersed over the midterm period. And then we have other funds that we then keep aside for possible long-term, and we are still, basically going to be using those funds at a later stage. And effectively, I can see as well, honorable members are asking the NAC to say who authorized this funding. This funding, honorable members, was authorized under the auspices of the financial management policy within the NAC. The finance, department, they have got assigned, signatories, and these assigned signatories are the ones that transact on the NAC bank accounts. There is nothing unusual here, honorable Chairperson and honorable members. This is effectively moving accounts from just one account to another account. In this particular case, we again have reiterated that these funds are accounted for. These funds have been audited. There is nothing wrong with these funds. It is almost similar to me saying, oh my goodness, the NAC is keeping funds at the ABSA with ABSA. It's literally as simple as that. And I do want to demystify, I think, this notion that there is something wrong with 65 million. There's nothing wrong. 65 million is a combination of funds in the entity that were project beneficiary funds, meaning that we already have got projects that are committed to these funds that have applied and been successful beneficiaries. We are keeping those monies there because some of those funds effectively still need to be paid out to the beneficiaries. And then the other portion, Honorable Chairperson, is the funds related to the current call for funding, meaning that these are funds that are still going to be dispersed because we are dealing with them now in this current call that we are going to be announcing by the 10th of September. And then just maybe whilst I'm speaking about that, one of the honorable members had also asked to say which was the slide that we had inserted. I do want to indicate, honorable member, that we did not insert a new slide. The slide that we were saying was updated from the one that you originally had was slide 17, and this was the one related to the 65 million and is titled SARB funds. Effectively, the part that we have added here is the last 2 points, which is talking about the fact that 2 of our sister entities, the NFVF and the Market Theatre, hold accounts with the South African Reserve Bank, also in compliance with exactly the same national directive, same national treasury directive. There's also questions, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, regarding the amounts that has been spent on the Councillor Mashiane matter. I do want to again indicate, I think I also dealt with this because shortly after the departure of Councillor Binante, we started in the media getting this matter around the fact that she had reported wasteful expenditure. And I do want to again say that the one wasteful expenditure that probably would have occurred at the time when we were first dealing with the Councillor Mashiane matter would have been the fact that we would have launched an urgent court application regarding his matter. But we never took that route. And so wasteful expenditure with regards to that matter was then never incurred. The former interim CEO was part of that decision where we agreed with legal and we said, yes, that would then be a problem. We are not going to take that route. However, I do want to again note, because there was a question that also came from the honorable member saying that who instructed the letter that was written to written by the lawyers to Councillor Mashiane. The letter that was written to Councillor Mashiane, that came from the lawyers, was written as per and under the instruction of Ms. Marian Binante, because she was the interim CEO at the time responsible for signing off on operational matters. Another question is Mashiane getting paid? Councillor Mashiane, unfortunately for us, is getting paid because of that signed offer letter that was then that was sent by the former interim CEO. However, the matter is currently being dealt with and we are dealing with it very, very expeditiously within the NAC. And I'm sure the CEO can be able to, the acting CEO can be able to give an update in terms of that as well. Okay, then the question related to Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra. and Councillor Dembe, can I defer those questions, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, to be answered by the department, as in, because that is where effectively that main contract sits. Please understand that the NAC is only just the distributing agency for the funding to the Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra. We did not adjudicate to decide who the funds would be going to. This to us is similar to any other ring fence funding, similar to COVID Relief 1, COVID Relief 2, and COVID Relief 3, which we were dispersing on behalf of the department. So I just would like to clarify, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, that any matter in terms of contracts with regards to Mzansi NPO can be then referred to the department. CEO, can I ask you to take over? Acting CEO Julie, and continue with the other questions, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the first question that was asked relating to the GMS submissions, and asking why not all of them were able to submit, why the full 9,000 people were able to submit. Essentially, we ran the open call for 6 weeks, and it's been a norm and a trend that a lot of applicants actually register their applications late on the grant management system. It is a process to fill in a form, ensure that you have all the documents that are required that you can upload on the system. But we tend to see that people will begin to start the application process late into the open window, and therefore are not able to complete the application process. I mean, we checked 2 days prior to the closing date, there was about 7,000 registered on the GMS, but by the closing date, it was 9,500, which actually indicates that approximately 2.5 applicants
Don't open your mic, Jones. You are disturbing the meeting. I'm sorry, Julie. Okay.
Noted, Honorable Chairperson. I was just saying that when we monitored the submissions on the grant management system, we noted that 2 days prior to the closing date, there were about 7,000 that had about registered, but at the closing time, there was 9,500 registered, which effectively means that about 2,500 applicants started their applications late. We know what the process entails. Hence, we opened the window for 6 weeks, because it is quite a process. And you find that some are still missing documents, and therefore they're not able to submit the information on the grant management system. There was a question, actually two, but I'll take it in one bit, relating to whether we give technical assistance and what is the role of the call center staff. So essentially, with having the call center staff, we have lines that are open, that people are taking calls when people are having issues or struggling or need advice on what next steps to follow. We have the personnel ready to answer calls such as that. We also have the email that we dedicated to PSP applications, psp@nac.org.za, where emails can be written and they will be also responded to. On another level, we have the call center staff live on GMS. We have a question and answer dashboard on GMS, where an applicant is filling in an application form and they have a specific question that they ask, they write there, and they'll get a response live on the grant management system. There was also a question related to the allocation of the PSP in the current financial year. We have received an allocation of 180 million from the department, of which 4% is used for administration costs. So we will be having about 170 to 800 million to disburse to applicants in this call. And we are expecting to reach not more than 10,000 beneficiaries in the form of job opportunities that will be created. There was also a question as to how do we support artists during the call. I've mentioned on a technical side, but on another level, we do run workshops throughout the provinces where we dedicate time to present applications, where we present the funding criteria, and we take questions there to assist them in filling in the application form. In this intake, I have in my presentation showed that the Western Cape and the Northern Cape application submissions were quite low in this funding session. Northern Cape is really not something that we worry too much about, because we know that the province, though it's got a large land mass, the population is quite small. So statistics are actually sort of common throughout the years with the submissions for the Northern Cape. But however, the Western Cape, very similarly, very low this year, because quite often they would straddle along with Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal in terms of submissions. It's something that we need to find out, Chairperson, as to why the submissions for the Western Cape province were low in terms of this call. But in addition to that, we did give an opportunity to applicants to use our manual application platform in case they have challenges with the grant management system. So this opportunity could still have been used by the applicants. Relating to the funding thresholds that were asked, the question that was asked, we had 3 levels of funding in this PSP. The first one will be the threshold of 3 million, maximum of 3 million where applicants can apply, the maximum that applicants can apply to the NAC. And this would be for projects that have a national footprint that are involved in capacity building and mentoring component, also have an audience development, focusing mainly as well on marginalized groups and participation of youth in terms of employment creation, and having at least about 200 jobs being created. We have also another level where we give an opportunity for venues, community art centers, for instance, where they are holding events, can be performances, a series of performances or exhibitions, and there's a threshold of 2 million for those as well. And the criteria is similar to the one for the 3 million in terms of ensuring that there's a national footprint in participation, youth are prioritized and been given involvement, rural and marginalized communities are engaged, as well as creating a minimum of 120 jobs. The last threshold, which is about 1 million, that would be just for normal project funding that people are holding or hosting in their communities. With regard to the question on the recruitment, where the progress is, we actually, for this current financial year, we are done with the recruitment. All the posts that we had advertised there were interviews and placements have been made onto the staff of the NAC. So that process is actually completed. There also was a question as to how we are ensuring that the funding also reaches disadvantaged provinces, disadvantaged areas, instead of having an urban bias. We've been quite cognizant of this, and Council has actually approved a framework of allocations, which all partners are adhering to ensure that there is an allocation to each and every province, as well as including those that are marginalized. So there is a split as to how provinces can be allocated in this regard. I must also state that because when applications are reviewed by the panel members, they actually score them. And quite often those coming from marginalized areas will still score low, but those that are showing potential are actually considered to ensure that there is an equitable distribution of funding in all of the provinces. In terms of the aggregating of the funding across the different disciplines, what we essentially used, we used the baseline figures from the previous call of PSP, looking at what the demands of each of the art sectors are, how much music requested from the NAC, how much dance requested from the NAC, and what was allocated. And looking at that baseline figure, it helped us determine the figures that the percentages in aggregating the funding budget according to the disciplines. There was also a question of the previous PSP as to the impact of the support of the PSP in terms of the jobs created. The previous PSP, we actually had two streams, stream one, which was for job retention, and stream two, which was for employment creation. In stream one, we created 2,409 jobs that were retained, let me put it that way. And for stream two, which was for job creation, we created 19,118. So in total, we've created 21,527 from that PSP funding. There was also a question asked about the PSP investigations as to how far they are. Let me indicate that the investigation was concluded last year. And that is why you would have seen or heard about the discipline of the former CEO and the CFO in this regard. So that process has been concluded. There's a question about a former staff member of the NAC, where there are allegations that she is phoning applicants in the craft discipline, informing them that the applications are already in progress. We have received the complaint ourselves, and we are busy with the investigation into that matter. We are in touch actually with the complainant directly. We're still gathering information as to what is happening, and we shall report on that later. Chairperson, I think that's all the questions that I'm able to answer.
There was one question, Acting CEO, around the staff member that is phoning people.
That's the one, that's the final one. Okay, sorry, they asked me to share
yes,
the former staff member.
Yes,
yes, her name is Ms. Mangele Shope. She was the former employee of the NAC, has been with the NAC since 2008 and worked in the craft discipline. I have mentioned that we're investigating the matter. We're still collecting information because it seems that she's been calling people and telling them that we are busy with the applications, and how can she know that, or at what stage are we with the applications, and why is she contacting the applicants in that sector. So we are still busy with the information that we're collecting on that one, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson Dlamini. Any other take from your board members?
We have concluded our presentation, and I think we've covered all the questions as well, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, they didn't cover all the questions. I think Mam Dlamini comes with allegation of board members who were there. Can she give us evidence that they're leaking the information? And my question are not answers. Who authorized the shifting of funds? Who? Not, is there any policy? You did not answer that. You're giving us, it's allowed. Where does it allow? Give us a regulation.
Honorable members, Honorable Madlingos, I'm seeing even yourself, let's just ask the questions which are pending in order that honorable members, we must not finish without few of you allowing that the member must raise the outstanding question, and then after that I'll be giving to DDG from acting DG from there to the minister. I'm seeing even Honorable Madlingos, in order that we must have our question answered, all of them. Let's just point out those who are not yet answered. I thank you, honorable members. Even those members who are thinking that their questions are not answered, just raise that question. So and so is not answered. Thank you, honorable members. I'm giving just a guidance.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I think let's not allow the chairperson of the entity to only answer questions alone. We have board members, Utembeola, Stolola, I've seen, they're quiet. It shows these are
Honorable
I'm still speaking, Chair.
No, I'm order, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm saying, Honorable Mhlongo, when people they are coming to us, let's not dictate as members. Let's want that question must be answered. Let's not dictate who must talk, who must not talk. I've said any leader who's leading must give the delegation who must speak. So now I'm saying let's raise the follow-up questions. Whilst you are speaking, I do respect you, but I'm trying to channel the meeting accordingly. As members of parliament, if any entity, anyone who's coming to the meeting, they must give each other a chance to talk. So if our questions are not yet answered, they must answer our question, whoever who's prepared to do that. Please, honorable members.
Chair, I want to qualify my statement before that he did not answer. And that's why I'm responding. It's a debate and I'm responding.
Okay.
It shows that she's running the entity. She's the only one who responded, and the acting CEO, and which is the administrator, which is, I don't have a problem. Now it shows this allegation that she's running the entity. Members, as I've allegedly saying, members who resigned are alleging that she runs everything and she doesn't want to listen to them. That's why they resign. I qualify that. Mr. Mbuyane, he's part of this. He's the chairperson of the ethics committee. He's quiet. I've asked governance issues. He did not respond to that. Which policy was the DG using to advise the NAC about the resignation and the declaration of interests? Which policy did the DG tell you about? What good governance, if you think as the NAC chairperson, you have to instruct a legal firm to write a letter because we have documents. Maybe the chairperson, let's tell you, I'm asking for evidence because I've got evidence. We've received emails. It's not a leaked. All of us have received documentation that's pertaining this issue, not from the media like you. Now I'm saying, give us an evidence because we have evidence that you instructed a law firm to write a letter and the CEO must sign. I have evidence to that. Now give us an evidence now, and then we'll take it from there. I think it's high time we have a live meeting and then we share these documents that we have. Chairperson, is the chairperson of the NEC telling us that there's no wasteful expenditure to pay Tsepo at home? Tsepo is not doing anything. It's not that wasteful expenditure. Tell me if you're saying it's not, and then we'll take it from there. Because the question was, is there any wasteful expenditure when we pay Tsepo? Now you're talking about legal status. You don't tell us details. One of the questions that I've asked, you are saying to us, no, these are legal issues on your presentation. You did not ask. You are saying now I've asked about Tembe. He's in the meeting. You did not respond to Tembe's issue. You are saying it's department. The money came from NEC. It's ring-fenced. But did you ask who, when Tembe was appointed as the NEC member? After that, Tembe is the CEO of the so-called National Orchestra. Is Tembe, did you consult the minister? What did the minister say? Tell us that, because you are asking that you consulted the minister regarding Tsepo. Did you consult the minister regarding Tembe? Tembe is still the member of the NEC. Did the minister get any advice regarding Tembe? Can we get that? Why did you recuse yourself, chairperson of the entity? You told us in this meeting that you recuse yourself, but you've responded to our question, but you recuse yourself in your meetings. Now, going to contradiction and conflict of interest. You cannot recuse yourself on the NEC meetings, but here you respond on behalf of NEC regarding issues that pertain in Tsepo. But when you discuss Tsepo, you recuse yourself. You told us in this meeting.
Try to round up your questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you must give us an evidence regarding, because we know that this letter, we have an email that the acting chair told us, which the acting CEO, not the chair, told us which was instructed to sign the letter which was written by, and you did not answer me the Moodley issue, who instructed the legal firm to do everything. And what is the cost of those letters pertaining Tsepo and others regarding this? You did not tell us the cost implication. Who is the board member? Who are the board members? And give us evidence. You stated that. Who are the board members that insisted that Tsepo must be interviewed? You told us. Give us the names of those members. You told us that. Now, why did you allow the acting CEO? You did not answer that. Who was the member of the committee council to be a CEO. You've allowed that before. Did you consult the legal issues? Did you go to the minister? What was the minister's response regarding your acting CEO while you was part of the NAC? I think, and I feel the CEO, I still insist, and I can stand in before because he's not telling us, she's not telling us. There's a letter of termination which is dated 16 August. And there's a document that I have again, which is from Moody and Robertson. And I've got even several letters from Robert and Anderson. And another one, you don't tell us what did, you summarize the letter. I have a letter from the DG dated, I'll give the date, 23rd May 2022. You don't tell us what did Vusim Kiza say when you wrote, in fact, when Babu Mtimba asked the DG, you don't tell us information, you hide information, and I usually warn someone when he hides information, you tell us when you respond. It shows.
Honorable Mhlongo, please round up your questions, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm still having some hands.
Last question, Chair. I've got timelines since we received this. I've got timelines which they don't correspond with the dated June. I want to ask the question regarding council members, and we need resolution that I've asked, and I think they will come forward. I've asked several things for resolution, minutes, recording. Can we get that? Because there's a meeting that I'm interested, 27 May till 28 June. I want to see what have you dealing with, because you had your meetings with the council regarding Psp, and then my conclusion on this matter, it's fine till I get the response. Thank you very much, Chairperson Diabo.
Honorable members of the NAC, those who want to respond, I don't think that they keep quiet because they don't want to respond. And I don't think as chairperson of this committee, I can say to anyone from NAC who raises he or her hands, I'm not going to say, and the committee member saying, don't respond. Any member of the NAC board who want to respond, they are allowed to do that. Honorable Madlingozi.
Enkosi Chair, some of the questions that I've asked Honorable Tsepo Mhlongo had asked them again. Nevertheless, this Bongani Tembe's appointments as both as KZN and CHIP is not very clear. So can it be cleared enough? And also this who's running this Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra, and what are the contents of that MOA between the NAC and MNPO? We need to know that. And Chairperson, this notion that a council member may not serve as a council member and as a staff member, it looks like Bongani is using that, and how can he be allowed? I mean, knowing that the minister knows about all that, I would call it shenanigan, because it's not very clear. And then the question that I have was to Umamu Kalenhle. She spoke about that Ms. Mbina Mtembu's letter, that was refuted. It is not on the document. And why is it not documented? It looks like it's just a thumb-sucking thing. So we need to know what is written down and what is her only thoughts about what is going on. So yes, can it be clear as to what is real and what is not real? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Malomane.
Point of order, Chair. I was not speaking on a lighter note. That was Honorable Malingos.
Honorable Malomane, I don't know what talking about. Honorable Malomane.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My plea is to committee members, our honorable members, is that as a committee, we invite we invite our guests, and then we've got questions. So I expect you must respond to the question. Mina, I'm happy if my question is being responded. I don't care who respond to it or whatsoever. So I'm requesting my colleagues to say whenever we're seated here, we mustn't expect to say who must respond to, unless a question was specific to say to this person of our guest must answer. So I'm requesting that let our guest respond to our question, because what I've heard now, it was follow-up questions, not the questions that they've never responded. It's follow-up question. Thank you, Chair.
Let me take this opportunity again, saying that now I'm giving the NAC, the department, the last responses that they must give us as this collective. Any other hands must be going down. This NAC does have a chairperson, so I will always refer to you, chairperson, as this committee will recognize that you are the chairperson, and some of us we are just pleased that you are hands-on. And I'm repeating again, any other member who have been mentioned that they are here, if they feel like to raise their hands, the meeting is chaired by myself. If they want to add on the chairperson of their board, they must do so. I'm repeating, if any member of the NAC board wants to have add on points on the contribution by these two members who have been already done that, let them do that, in order that we must not enter to themselves thinking that they've been somebody who shut them up, because we are not going to call a register saying that please talk, why are you keeping quiet? Because sometimes in the committee, some members, they don't speak. So please, if you feel that you want to speak, we'll see this chairperson of yours when she is saying, please don't say anything. Please, I'm giving you a chairperson of the NAC, and any member of the board who wants to add on the questions, on adding on putting flesh to any answers which you think that the chairperson didn't elaborate, and Julie not elaborate enough in those questions, in order that we must not bog us in your becoming quiet. So we don't know why are you quiet. And I'm not going to call a road call that so-and-so talk, so-and-so don't talk. Who's Jones? Jones?
Jones is one of my council members, chairperson.
Can Jones take a platform?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is John Chesekula. I'm a council member. It will be very unfortunate if we do not clarify the notion that was said on this platform to say that the chairperson of the council is running the show alone. I would like to confirm and reaffirm again to say that whatever decision that is taken and presented here, it's a collective decision. We are independent in our own right. We can reject or accept issues if they are raised in council. The issue of Councillor Mashiani, the chairperson was not the one who was presiding the meeting. We rose those red flags to say it's unethical and it's not good governance. It's us as council members without her presence. We are not influenced. And I would like to just reconfirm that to say the chairperson is not running the show alone. We are there independently, and our opinions are expressed freely and fair, chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any other intake is either you, Chairperson, or you delegate, but there are outstanding and maybe follow-up questions. I'm giving the chance to you as a leader of the delegation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And and I would like to say to honorable members that have heard or are under the assumption that the NAC Council is being run by the chairperson alone, or whatever other allegation that has been peddled, peddled in this meeting. I just do want to say, first of all, Chairperson, that I find it, on behalf of my council members, I find it exceptionally offensive. And I'm saying this because these are professionals that sit on the board and have been appointed by the minister and their various, and also referred to by their various MECs in their provinces. We always, as a council, number one, correct. When decisions are taken, we are a correct council at any point in given time. When it comes to governance within our entity, we are very particular. We also agree to disagree because we are professionals and we are mature. And it is really unfortunate that we can have individuals that say the chairperson is running the show, the chairperson is making decisions by herself, because effectively you are then saying all my other council members that I share this platform with are just and are not doing their work. And I want to say, Chairperson,
Chairperson Dlamini. Yes, Honorable Ma'am.
Chairperson, the speaker now is busy debating that she's the one speaking alone. We need answers rather. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, we are out of order, Honorable Madlingos. The chairperson has been accused, alleged that she is running the show. So she has a right to defend herself. Please go on, the chairperson. She can't just keep quiet as if really that thing she didn't hear. She is a human being also. Please, honorable members, let's leave anyone to say what and even Mr. Jones confirmed what she was saying. Please, honorable members, go on, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And what I was just saying was, not only is it offensive to myself, Chairperson, but it also is offensive to my fellow colleagues who effectively have come to this entity to serve and are really doing a lot of work behind the scenes that probably most of you in the meeting are not even aware of. We have taken time out of our own works, employers and our own businesses to serve this entity because we are passionate and we love this entity. So when we then find media or individuals saying that the chairperson is running the show alone, it is offensive to myself and my fellow council members. And I really want to just clarify and thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for allowing me to do so. I also would like to call on my other council members. I want to take this opportunity now because I see that if my council members don't then also speak, because I want to hear them tell you in their own words what it is like working for the council. Because I think that will really, really help a lot. Thank you very much.
I'm raising the hand now. Thank you
Point
so
of order,
much.
Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Okay, a moment. I'm saying a moment. I'm seeing your hand. I'm going to give this member of the council, Honorable Mshongo.
Chair, you've asked council members to speak and only one council member spoke. You cannot be told by the council, the entity chairperson, Guti, now he must give. Now, each the instruction that we know that the allegation that he's telling them what.
Honorable Mshongo.
You are clear, you gave them an opportunity, they were quiet. Only one member spoke. Now she must respond to my question. My question are still not responded to.
Honorable Mshongo, I'm still the chair of this committee. Can you hold now, Honorable Mshongo? There are hands which are up, and honorable members of this committee, I will allow any invitee who wants to defend him or herself wrongly or correctly, and would love to listen. What is that defense or defending issues? Now I'm having a hand up. I've done with you, honorable members, listen to the responses, and these members, the chairperson and the members, they were just keep quiet whilst you were criticizing them. It's either constructively or not. Now it's their turn to respond on your criticism to themselves. So they are human beings, and they were listening like all of us that were listening, each of us. Let me chair the meeting, honorable members. I don't need any dialogue. I need now responses. I've seen Benedict.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I want to say thank you for giving me opportunity to share my experiences, though my experience with the National Arts Council is quite recent. I've just recently been appointed by the Western Cape Province to be its representative to the National Arts Council, or NAC, and to remind good colleagues that there are two tiers of members to the National Arts Council. The one is the national members appointed by the minister in his wisdom and experience, and the provinces send their delegates to the National Arts Council as well, in particular to oversee their particular interests. And I heard that the Western Cape applications were very low. And being new in the National Arts Council, I shall work with the province to ensure that we improve our the number of applications, so we capacitate people to apply. So that's the one part. The other part is that some people know me as being a childhood activist during the 1980s, and then having worked in various sectors, academia, NGOs, even in government and in Chapter 9 institutions. And I've had oversight responsibilities for many, many years. And given this, I joined the NAC with some trepidation, given the wild ride it's had in the media and with artists, and I too am an artist, a writer and a poet. And during the pandemic, people had suffered severely all around me. So I observed this NAC quite critically, and I must confess that I have been impressed so far. I haven't been here more than a month or so. I have been very impressed with the NAC Council Chair, to be honest, with her professionalism, but more so in meetings we are always pushed for time, pushed with the full agenda, etc. This chairperson calls individuals out in the meeting so that every single member of the council's views are ventilated. If we are debating should something be 3% or 5%, she will then have everybody ventilate, and then if somebody offers a compromise between 3 and 5, which is 4, she will, say, well, can we have support for that, and so on. So I must say that in my estimation, the council chair of NAC is not dictatorial, and that she is indeed a very good chairperson, a good leader, although I don't know her from anywhere except for how she has been chairing the few meetings that I've attended hitherto. I'm also assured, good colleagues, by the chartered accountant who chairs the Audit and Risk Committee. And elsewhere, I also have served on audit and risk committees, and at present, I chair a college's audit and risk committee. And this chartered accountant, Stephanie De Silva, is extremely competent. She capacitates people where it's needed. She capacitates the council. She's also the only chartered accountant on council. And given that our state entities, that there's a dearth of qualified professionals like Stephanie De Silva, let alone women chartered accountants, she gives me an additional level of assurance, the ways in which she's professional, she conducts herself. She investigated the issue around the deposits into the Reserve Bank, which is accordance to National Treasury prescripts to particular state entities, etc. So I was very impressed with her as well. I'm impressed with the ways in which council, even when they differ, they discuss robustly, especially around issues of conflicts of interest. Are we allowed to apply for funds as council members and as artists, or as panel members who adjudicate grants, or not? And we just recently, to my great delight, resolved this matter finally, in which we said absolutely no one with association with the NAC should be applying for grants or benefiting from grants. So I, in my long many years of experience, am confident that given time and support, that the NAC can be turned around, and I hope that I will be given that this will come true, because it would give me much hope for what is possible in our country, so that the NAC can serve the artists that it's meant to by statute. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing Mr. Bongani Tembe.
Thank you very much, Chair.
If also you can respond in the questions, we do accept this new member of the board, that this is the first time that we're even meeting with you. Thank you for your contribution. I'm suspecting as from today, you'll see the way that the committee is operating. Whilst I'm suspecting, you know that you are accountable to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, but the Department of Sports and Culture is having a committee, the committee which has got a role to do an oversight, being these people who are learned on whatever I'm saying. You did come in the NAC knowing the procedure and the way that you need to operate. And we also, when the department have an entity, have any other entity of any kind calling, we cannot call each department only. We want that you must hear what each department is saying on your behalf, in order that we must have an engagement. And the engagement is between a parliament, members of parliament who are presenting the Parliament of South Africa, and the department which is the department which is accountable in the Parliament of South Africa. And then any other boards and entities, they must come when we wanted to hear and wanted to query what we're hearing. That's why you are here today. Thank you to all those new members of the board. That it's always going to be like this. Mr. Bongani Tembe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to all the honorable members, and to the Honorable Minister and Acting DG Ndima. I wish to confirm every word that was said by Councillor Bernadette Muthien. Is a very robust council. I've been in and out of the boards of the NAC for the past 20 years, Chair. And rarely have I seen a more dedicated board and a robust board. And the chair is professional, gives everyone a chance to say their view. Yes, of course, we differ sometime, but this board sometimes would work. A meeting will start at 5 and will finish at 3
Just a
a.m.
moment, honorable members, can you lower your hands after these leaders?
Chairperson, point of order, Chairperson. Chairperson,
Okay.
point of order.
Yes.
It looks like all the members of NAC now are singing praises for Thailand. Can they answer the questions, please, Chairperson? What time is going up? Is running out now.
No, I'm happy that we are seeing that the time is going up, but they were provoked, or they are responding on what honorable members they were saying. When they were keep quiet, some members, they were not happy. That's why they are keep quiet. Now they are responding, and it was just, I'm happy that honorable members, you are seeing now that questions are not yet responded. They wanted to raise what was raised in this forum, and there's no other forum that they can raise and respond. That's why I'm just giving the chance, and I'm listening, and I'm going to listen like I've listened any member in this meeting of this committee. We must be patient. When we raise questions direct to individuals in a meeting, they must respond. They are going to respond to the questions, but what now they are doing, they want to make sure that when they are there, they are not stooges. They have something to do, and they are confirming that. Please, let's be patient, honorable members. We are going to adjourn this meeting at 1 o'clock, and the discussion is robust now. When you talk about the robust meeting, you are talking about this meeting. There's no one who must just speak alone, and when other members want to respond, panicking. I'm still chairperson, and I want to be fair to all of you. Go on, Mr. Bongani Tembe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. So I won't go on that point, but it's very clear. But I want to add that before a portfolio committee, the board gets together to actually discuss the questions, and depending on the nature, sometimes the chairperson handles that. Sometimes, as the case with DAC, she may think, well, the audit chair must handle that. And so, I'm happy, thank you for the way you've handled this, because I don't think that an entity can be dictated upon. Well, a certain member from your board must speak, and that one, a committee can choose. The issue are the questions. So I find that approach improper, Chair. I must record that. It's like the DSEC, acting DG Ndima presented. I don't think the committee could say, well, what did you hear from all the other DDGs responding? The department decides how to handle those matters. Unless, of course, as you say, Chair, there's a specific point that is required from a specific member. And
point
also,
of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mshok.
I've asked Honor Council Member Buyane, he's the member of Ethics Committee. Can he respond to my question? Let's not get crazy.
I'm not that. I'm not in that. No, Honorable Flong. I'm chairing this meeting. I'm chairing this meeting. Honorable Flong, I did. You will be getting.
My questions are not responded to. Our time is wasted by praise singers. We don't need praise singers. We need response. We need accountability.
Honorable members of the committee, can you rescue me in order that I must have a latitude of chairing the meeting? Please, honorable members, this is not the meeting of 3 members. Please, honorable members, because I'm appealing, and now I don't want to eat dialogue. Please, honorable members of the committee, please, 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 please rescue me. Rescue me, because I'm chairing the meeting, and I'm chairing the meeting accordingly. Now the members are responding to the accusations of themselves, and the questions, they are going to answer the questions. Please, honorable members, it must not be show of chairperson and 2 only members. I'm chairing a committee of members of parliament. Now, I don't think that is correct. Whilst I'm chairing, I must chair only 2 members, and I'm trying to direct this meeting. This meeting is for all of us. Go on, Mr. Tembe. I know that you firstly respond on the question raised by 2 members about what they are saying, having a right to say that, but now is the time that you must respond. You are not wasting our time. If I can tell you, you are responding questions and the allegations to your good selves. So I'll give you that a chance to do that. Go on, Mr. Bongani Tembe, go on.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm getting interrupted, Chair. I'm getting interrupted. It's not fair, Chair. I'm getting interrupted.
No, Honorable Mhlongo is out of order. It doesn't respect anyone here. No, you are out of order. I didn't giving you And I've said to you, leave those who are on platform. They are responding to specifically to your
He must respond to the national orchestras. He must respond. He's the CEO and he's the board member. He must respond. Let's see. I've asked that question.
You are so disrespectful, honorable member. You disrespect me. I'm guiding you that they are going to respond to you. And I didn't say that you must speak. We are just so disrespectful, Honorable Mhlongo. Go on, Mr. Bongan. Let me charge my... Bongan, go on.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. One of the members, first just to say, we take this committee very seriously and its role very seriously. And we welcome the questions, the tough questions, and we want to engage. But we also have rights and we all must be respected. And respect is enshrined in the constitution of this country. So really, this is not in order. Let me continue. I'm going to make two more points, Chair, and then I will finish. The issue that the honorable member is raising about the orchestra, we received a letter from the chairperson, for you, honorable chairperson. On the 16th of September, this matter is going to be dealt with, where the department, as well as the NAC and the board of Mzansi National Orchestra have been called. So it will be responded on the 16th. This meeting so that is happening on the 16th, according to a formal correspondence from you, Chair. My last point, Chair, one of the members kind of intimated, and I'm paraphrasing, as if the council is involved in some kind of corruption or things like that. I want to state, Chair, categorically that even through that forensic report that went on for a long time, not a single council member was accused of stealing money. Even the disciplinary hearings of the previous CEO, et cetera, the issues were around maladministration of the PSP and such matters, but no staff member or council member has ever been a proof that they've stolen money from the NAC. So really, that is unfortunate when there are reports like that. Yes, people in the papers write all sorts of things, but honorable members must say things that are based on facts, because it's unfair when our integrity is impugned and there are no facts to back that up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now it's time to that anyone who's going to speak now. I'm giving the order that you must, and they must answer questions now. Thank you so much to the other members that you have cleared whatever you want to say. And I'm always going to give you that chance every day when I'm chairing the committee. Anyone must raise he or his voice or her voice. Chairperson, now is your time to allocate people who must respond from outstanding questions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And again, I lost a bit of network just when Honorable Member Mhlongo was starting his questions immediately after you had handed over to him to ask the questions. But I did come back, I think, to catch a few, and I hope I'm able to address some of them. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Honorable Mhlongo says he's sitting with a stash of papers that are from the NAC. I am not sure how he got this information, Honorable Chairperson. And I understand that, yes, he's privy to information which ideally would have come through official channels, meaning that the official channels is normally honorable members would send their request to the NAC through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So if Honorable Mhlongo is saying he's sitting with confidential NAC documentation, I would like to just understand Honorable Chairperson, how then these papers that he's saying that he is sitting with are then going to be ventilated here, because we have not seen those papers and that, excuse me, that documentation that he is referring to. It could be false, it could be true, you know, in terms of that documentation, but we don't even have the privilege now to be able to actually fact check what it is that he is sitting with in this council. I also would like to say that when I was reading out the excerpt that was coming from the
I'm seeing sabotage even to me now. I'm in and out. What's going on? I'm not yet finished the meeting. I'm still have energy to take the meeting to the end, 1 o'clock. What's now? What is going now? Yes, yes, Chairperson.
Sorry about that.
Mm.
Thank God you're back, Honorable Chairperson Siyabong. And I just want to say that Honorable Member is also speaking to communication that I referred to in my presentation, or rather when in my responses, when I was saying that you know, there was communication between the Director General Mkhize and that it of course come back as a response to Interim CEO Mbina Mthembu. I again would like to reiterate that the response that DG you know, had written to the interim CEO was based on a letter where she had then already continued with the interview and was now stuck in a situation saying, I am not sure how to handle this because we are dealing with a sitting council member. And of course, again, I'm going to reiterate again to honorable members, a council member who had not declared that he would like to apply for a position within the NAC. I also note, excuse me, that one of the honorable members as well is asking questions related to the Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra. And I would like our DSEC colleagues to step in here, you know, to be able to advise against us, advise honorable members on the status of the, you know, their responses. And I would also want to state that I am aware that there is meant to be a meeting coming up soon related to this particular matter, but let me allow DSEC Chairperson, if it's okay with you, to respond to that one. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Ms. Dumflo, it seems the chairperson has lost connectivity. We'll try to get it back now.
Colleagues, what is going on?
Chairperson?
Hello. Where is Honorable Adams?
Ingathi nayo lose connection, Chair.
I see a second. Now I'm just out. It was initially connecting. Where is Honorable Maloman?
Let me just check, Chair. Malomane?
Why are you asking those members? We are in a meeting. Why do you ask specific members? What is the reason?
Yeah, Ma'am Shaw.
No. What is the reason?
Mr.
I'm not
here. Yeah, Ma'am Shaw. Yeah, ma.
What is the reason of asking members?
That's why I'm opening.
Well, I'm the meeting.
Members,
Go and campaign.
Sorry, members. I put chairperson
on busy order. Now the chairperson cannot ask where are the members. I've asked for order. I'm allowed to ask for order.
Connectivity.
Yeah, but why are you asking members? Members,
excuse me, members. Sorry, members.
Akangizwa ngicela ukukhuluma makaloku abuzana nani ubuzo Adams wabuza ngawe bekangakanyizwa ngikhuluma. Don't lie.
It's because we are the committee members that complains that we've got a challenge of connectivity.
Oh, okay. Now I know.
Excuse me, Chairperson.
Now the chairperson.
Sorry, members, can you hear the chairperson?
That's why I'm opening my phone that I don't have any secret in this committee. And I was going to ask any member, if I started by whoever, I've got a right to ask for where's this one, where's this one. So I wanted to check whether, because Adams and Malomane, when we started this meeting, they were the victims of not having a network. So I wanted to check what if even themselves they do have this problem that I'm having. I'm just totally out. I'll rejoin now the meeting.
The procedure is, Jabu, since we are an official here, we must elect the chairperson. That is the procedure for the chairperson I get available.
I'm still strong. You're not going to give instruction.
No, it's a procedure. I'm not giving instruction. I'm not saying I need to connected or connected. I'm telling Jabu, that is the procedure.
Chairperson, I would love to propose Malomane to be a chairperson until you come back.
Chairperson.
I'm asking according to that, and I know what must I do after that.
Chairperson, there's a proposal on the floor, Chair, that from Mr. Madlingozi, that Malomane continues to chair the meeting while you try to reconnect. Kukho a proposal, Chair, requesting that Malomane chairs the meeting while you try to reconnect, so that
Chairperson, that is not a procedure, Chabu. Ukona, you must do that. Remember, she said that to me. That is not. She's there. She must do it. You said it. It's recorded.
Chairing the meeting, but very soon, those who are making sabotage to me, I'm coming in. I was elected to be the chairperson of this committee. I'll come in. Anyone must go on, but I'll come in. I know my board that won't allow this sabotage to me. Thank you.
Declare no sabotage, please.
I was on the point of order. Hey, Gumnandi meeting in. I was on the point of order. I was making a point of order. I'm allowed.
No, I'm sure. You have too much point of orders. No. If I was the chairperson, Ben, I wasn't going to give you the platform.
I was going to mute you. Going to use?
You'll see which rule when I share. You'll see which.
That's why we're not going to be the chairperson. Because he allows officials to respond. He must allow members to ask questions. Accountability as the portfolio committee is needed. Chabu?
Mr. Mshongo?
What is the procedure? Directly after if
there was a proposal, Mr. Mshongo, we can put since the chairperson is not in the meeting, then the committee must elect a chairperson until the chairperson gets back into the meeting.
Thank you very much. That is the procedure. Thank you.
Members, seeing that the chairperson is out of the meeting. Yes, ma'am.
I'm electing Honorable Adams to chair the meeting.
Oh, Mama Adams, there seems to have a connectivity problem and
Okay.
There's no one who will dictate us who to share in the absence of the chairperson. This must be voted for.
Yes, members. Are there any nominations to elect a chairperson until the chairperson gets back into the meeting?
I'm supporting the name of Malomane.
Okay, ma'am.
There's another name, Van Dijk.
Okay, now which person is getting back into the meeting, members?
When I'm young, Tata my chance.
Now Tata my chance. Yes, Tata my chance now. When you Tata my million, not my chance. When you Tata my million.
The chairperson is still joining, members. I think there's a problem with the joining. So there's a second name on the floor, members. Honorable Van Dijk, is there a seconder? There's no seconder. Okay. Is there any other? Okay, I think chairperson is in now. Okay.
I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. I'm back, honorable members. I do love you all. I'm back.
Chair, well, we welcome you back. We love you too.
I love you too, Mr. Mhlongo. I love you too.
Okay, we are on a point of order. Mausozo break. Being busy point of order. Ngokuzithoba. Uchairperson we NAC besaka tunika u acting DG, and my question were not answered. The first question was, can he asipha amagama ama council members who insisted? That was the question. Who insisted that Utsepo must be interviewed? That was the first question. She failed to tell us who are they, because she said it in this meeting, it's recorded.
Listen, repeat, yes, just repeat it, don't elaborate, because we are running short of time. Those questions, because even Uchairperson, she was off because of the network, and she indicated saying that she was not aware about other questions. Just tell us those questions and then we'll be giving them again.
I need the names of those members who insisted for the member to be interviewed, and which meeting was it, date and minutes, and we need who authorized the funding of 65 million to go to Revenue Bank and a resolution council. And which financial status, because we can go finance a balance sheet, where in the balance sheet that 65,000 is allocated to. And then askis council member Mbuyane, chairperson governance. Councillor Mbuyane, you are in the meeting. Tell us, is it a good practice for other members like Dembe to be part of the NEC members? And we see Ngapa, and the Ngapui member NEC.
Honorable Mhlongo, buza kwi NEC at large. Please,
very good governance. And then who instructed, because the chairperson was asking, why do I have documents? We've received several documents from Acting for Information, from and Amanyago website. I've got documents from my position. The first question was various position, video and then also document aware. This is your document with your letterhead.
Okay, Honorable Mhlongo, we don't have plenty of time. I want that.
The question was, yes, Chair.
Yes.
Which the question was, the position Yagatsepo, when was it advertised? And it was not clear. There was a closing date on this document in Ishilo, and I'll repeat. The closing date was May, where is it? May the 10th. That was the closing date. When did Tsepo applied? Was Tsepo interviewed? When did Tsepo resign? The actual date. Why I'm asking this, because we are getting a picture of which chairperson is allowed, which rule or which resolution or which act that permits a member of an NAC not to take a job or to take a job, both sides. Thank you very much for now, Chair.
Chair.
Again, I was off. Honorable Malomane. Hey.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I've raised my hand long time because Honorable Mhlongo said it's a point of order, but I don't think it was a point of order. It was a follow-up question. My proposal is that because Honorable Mhlongo is doing follow-up questions, can we give the departments to respond, and then after that they can respond to the follow-up questions, because all of us are waiting for responses from the department, so that all of us can be given a chance to do follow-up questions.
Point of order, Chair. This is not a follow-up question. It was my first question I've asked. If you can go to the handset, Chair.
I didn't give even you the platform. You
apology,
know what?
Chair. Apology.
Honorable Mhlongo. The chairperson of NAC, I did hear Honorable Malomane. Please, your time now is up. Are still having a department. Quick, yes, no, this information in that. Don't prolong, don't make preambles. Answer those questions, and then after that, DDG and Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members for the original questions and some follow-up questions. The names of the council members who insisted that she must interview, these were the words that came out of the former interim CEO's mouth herself. She did not tell me who the particular members were, but she indicated that she was then pressured to interview, by certain council members. And perhaps maybe that can then be revealed, at a later time. And once we know that information, honorable members, we will definitely come back and inform you. The next one is who authorized funding. Is there a council resolution? When funds are being transferred in the entity at the NAC, whether they are moving from ABSA 1, ABSA 2, Reserve Bank 3, or around, it is not the responsibility of council to be authorizing payments in between bank accounts, honorable chairperson and honorable members. That is an operational matter that is dealt with by the CEO's office or the CFO's office or the financial manager's office. So that effectively is a role that then happened within the finance department, where they were then moving funds from one account to the other, as they do on any other day. The next question is, where in the balance sheet are the funds being reflected? I will also come back to the committee and be able to set, through the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, if the committee allows, we can be able to submit that information. I also saw that Honorable Member Van Dijk had also said on the chat that she also had some questions that she wanted, and she'll then do a follow-up. So we will also gladly provide that information as and when the questions, when her email arrives. Then the next question is, or rather it was a request that was coming from the Honorable Member, is where's Councillor Mbuyane? Is he able to speak as the chairperson of the Social Ethics and Transformation Committee? Unfortunately, he also lost network, so he is not able to speak, on this. However, I can confirm that the NAC follows good governance, and we are a team of professionals that, understand, the social and ethics, imperative that we are meant to fulfill as we serve on this council. Your next question, Honorable Member, is related to when was Councillor Mashiane's position advertised and when did he apply? We can then also be able to give those specifics because I don't have them on hand with me here. But I do remember that this was also one of the questions that had been asked by Honorable Member Veronica Van Dijk a couple of months ago, and we had provided these very detailed responses in terms of these answers that you are seeking. So I'll also try, at some point during the meeting to see if I can be able to pull up that email and be able to give you those specifics. However, I do want to again note, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, that the appointment of Councillor Mashiane, as it currently states, is a very, very sensitive matter. Again, because we are dealing with a situation whereby the appointment, the advertisement, the funding, when he resigned, how he resigned, is all currently questionable at this point in time. And that matter is currently being handled by DSEC. And I would like to, if it's okay with you, Honorable Chairperson, to then hand over to DSEC at this point to continue with the presentation.
Now is the time. Thank you so much. Acting DG Ndima.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, our minister.
I'm sorry, I'll switch off the video. I've advised by Chabus, maybe because of this challenge of what you call of the network, but I'm suspecting umkonyo lentole. Okay, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There is a question that was really pointed at the department by both Honorable Adams and Honorable Mamabolo, which was asking what is it that the department is doing to strengthen governance in the entities. And I think it's prudent that I explain what we do as a department, Honorable Chair. For instance, starting with the whole process of screening all members of our councils, and after their appointment, when they've gone through interviews, we do inductions, Honorable Chairperson. And inductions which focus first and foremost on their legislative framework within which they were appointed. For instance, in this case, it would be National Arts Council Act, which is the constitutive act of the National Arts Council. And of course, we do focus on the Public Finance Management Act, which is one of the principal acts that ensures that there is proper governance in the institutions. Over and above the act, we then look at corporate governance as informed by King reports. We take our council members through all those things, where we deal even with matters of ethics, where we deal with matters of conflict of interest, so that there isn't any blaring boundaries between councils and executive management. So we do that, but we don't just end there, Chairperson. We've got systems. Of course, systems should always be reviewed and be amended and improved. For instance, we've got CEOs Forum, where the Director General meet with the institutions on matters of governance. We've got Chairperson's Forum, which is the structure that the minister set up where he interacts with the chairpersons of council. And over and above that, there are shareholders' compacts, where each and every institution has a compact with the minister. And in most of these meetings, issues of audit also come to the fore, where institutions account in terms of how they've performed. And of course, where the institutions have not done very well, there are corrective measures that are put in place. There's a unit which is led by DDG Chikwatamba, who is the DDG for Corporate Services, where she takes through this institution and provide that necessary support. So I just thought it very prudent that I touch on that without necessarily saying that the system is perfect, but it is an attempt to reach perfection. Now, there was an issue, my colleagues will come in here when necessary. Chairperson, you will guide in the area of orchestra, because there is already an appointment on the 16th of September, where there will be enough time to ventilate on the matter. But in the event that, Chairperson, you do insist that someone must speak, Dr. Kumalo will come in there. Also on the issue of the National Theatre and on the National Theatre and Dance Policy Conference, I think Dr. Kumalo can also talk to that. On matters that have to do with councils, there was an issue around whether it's 9 council members or 4 council members. DDG Chikwatamba will come in there. If you can then, Chairperson, allow colleagues, maybe first give us guidance whether matters that are due to be discussed on the 16th, we need to respond to them, and then the rest, then the colleagues can then speak to those issues. I thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Chairperson. Chair. The chair is still on the platform. I'm just looking for her, members.
Okay, I was switching off the video, seemingly I switch off the ixesha malihambe kwakufanele lihambile. Honorable members, I'm saying DG, acting DG, no, the questions of 16 is not yet passed. Can the DDG, the next DDG must do so.
Thank you, Chair. DDG Kumar.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, and thank you very much, Chairperson. My understanding, if I got the Chairperson correctly, is that I would then not respond to the Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra issues. I would then just talk to the issues raised regarding the National Theatre and Dance Policy Conference. Indeed, Chairperson, we are having a conference. It's actually a consultation process or a conclusion of a consultation process that started last year, where as a department, we are developing a national theatre and dance policy as part of the implementation of the revised white paper. Amongst other policies, this one is quite advanced now. When the process commenced last financial year, we opted to be as consultative as possible, also given the dynamics of this particular sector. And the process was in such a way that it involved the appointment of 18 members from the 9 provinces to each into a province, into a task team that is working on this policy. These members were identified by the sector themselves at a summit that they had some years ago. So emanating from those sector representatives, the department then wrote to the province, and the province through sector consultation endorsed those 18 names. So we have those. Now, the process of policy development involved seeking a service provider that will be competent in as far as issues of policy development, but also in as far as the issues of knowledge of the sector, as it were. That was an open process that was followed. We as a unit, as a line function unit, we submitted our terms of reference with the deliverables to our supply chain management unit, who then followed a procurement process, which is described as per the National Treasury regulations. So the process then finalized the process of procurement, Chair, gave us a service provider, which is Alex Arts Academy. That Alex Arts Academy is the one that is owned by the person being made reference to by the honorable member. Now, the process was as a result of both the provincial task team, us as a department, and the service provider driving the process through the development of draft policies, where in July this financial year, Chairperson, we opted to do a public notification to the public and the sector for submission of written submissions. I am now talking to this because the honorable member also asked how many submissions we got. We opened the process at the beginning of July and it closed at the end of July. And we received 27 written submissions from different role players. I need to indicate here, Chairperson, that the 27 was made up of a multiple of responses from that individual that were also coming through from other stakeholders that that person had actually consulted in submitting those. Now, as a department, after we consulted the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we were then advised of the framework that we needed to follow. And that's the framework we've been following, which also included a thorough process of consultation. The conference that the honorable member is talking
Comores in the Kasafa Women's Cup, so Tanzania 2, Comores 0. It's just sport.
Sorry about that, DTG.
Thank you, Chairperson. So after
the again. Please, acting DG, please talk to Sivuyile. DTG.
Thank you, Chair. After the written submissions were submitted, the 27 made up of the multiple numbers herein. As a department, we opted to do this conference, the final consultation conference, where we are bringing on board representatives from the sector, from the provinces, but also from different national sector organizations. Those are the ones that are meeting today. Now, for us to get there, we followed that procurement process that I'm talking about, Chairperson. And as I indicated, appointment of the person or the company that was appointed, Alex Arts Academy, is also documented. We can provide the committee and the honorable member with detail around what that person is to deliver on. Amongst others, it's a successful conference that is taking place today and tomorrow, finishing on Sunday. The process of socio-economic impact assessment that needs to be done parallel to the finalization of the policy, and the consolidation of the written submissions, the conference inputs, because they will be going on commissions, the results of the socio-economic impact assessment and the costing of the policy, which will ultimately then be taken by us as a department to cabinet to follow structures up to the approval of the policy. So that is where we are, Chairperson. I am not aware of Mr. Molopo being a member of NAC. As I indicate, it's a process that was followed through SCM to appoint a service provider working with the department in the process of the development of the national policy on theatre and dance, but it also included that person taking responsibility. They had to pay for flights, they had to pay for accommodation of the people that are coming to the conference. When I checked, we're sitting close to 100 representatives in that conference. The responses that we got was 194 of the people that would attend. So there is a detail, there is documentation that informs the process that we followed in terms of the policy framework, but also the SCM process leading to the appointment of the Arts Alex Academy. I hope I've responded to that question. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Acting DG, can I give it to the minister?
Maybe if there is anything that the DDG Chikwatamba would want to say.
DDG?
I was saying, Chair, I'm sorry, I was having a bit of a problem. I was saying DDG Chikwatamba, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to give any member now 12:45 and I want minister to respond. Honorable members, I did give you enough time. Honorable Mandisa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and minister. Mine is a very pointed question that was seeking clarity on how many members actually have resigned from the council. We have 2 resignations, if I clarify that. And there was a point that was saying I must name them. And the resignation, as were explained by CEO, it's Mama Binante and Ms. Linda Mvanana. And then there is also another resignation. Those are the appointees that were the ministerial appointees, the 2. And then there is another resignation, as it was explained by Chairperson, which is a representative, a provincial representative from Gauteng, Mr. Mashiane. And then there is 1 member that has been released from the council. That is Mr. Stumane, that is from Eastern Cape. The release is an outcome of a process whereby there was some responses that he was supposed to afford to the minister after some inquiry, after the meeting that was with the minister. And his failure to respond to the minister, it led him to his release. And then if the number, that is the 4 that we were talking about through and through, and if the number is increasing from this 4, it's increasing to 6, not 9, according to the discussions we've had. The other 2 are people that were released from last year, arising from the PSP matters. That is Mama Nogabe from Free State, and that one has not yet been replaced, as well as the member from Western Cape, Mr. Arense, who has already been replaced. Free State, we have confirmations via the acting head of department that the MEC is already looking into the matter as well. And the other 2, Gauteng and Eastern Cape, are still fairly fresh. And of course, we believe that those 2 will also be soon replaced. And yeah, that is the clarity I am providing to say the number is not 9, actually 4 as I explained, and then the other 2 are coming from last year's process. Thank you very much.
Members, the chairperson has indicated that she has lost connectivity once again. She has just called and requested that the committee, since it has requested Mr. Malomane to chair the meeting, to let her chair the meeting until she gets back into the meeting again.
Democracy does not allow that, Chabu. We must elect the chairperson.
Members, let's see how many members are in the meeting. Okay, we've got Mr. Mhlongo. I'm just getting a quorum quickly, Mr. Mhlongo. Mr. Madlim,
We don't have a quorum. We don't have a quorum, Chabu.
We've got. Yeah, I'm just verifying, sir. Okay, so there's no quorum members to elect, but the committee had already put it down names for Ms. Veronica and Ms. Malomane to continue with it, so that we can continue with the meeting. Okay, chairperson is joining the meeting again, members. Okay, she's in.
Honorable members, honorable members,
Chairperson.
I'm back. I was kicked by the network. It kicked me whilst Dr. Kumalo was still responding. I don't know now, I'm seeing the hands. Honorable Madling, Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Madlingos, I'm suspecting now
Chair.
that who's calling chair?
Maluman.
Yes, Honorable Maluman.
No, she was finished to respond, so it was supposed to be the minister who's responding next.
Okay.
No, but we have raised our hands, Chair.
Let me give minister, because the time that I was giving now, it was the time for each department. So hold your hands, because I've been having a time for members, time for NAC, but now I'm at the point of the department. I did give acting DG and Mandisa and Dr. Kumalo. Now I'm giving the minister.
Chair, before the minister, I wanted to find out, will you give us the opportunity to follow up on Dr. Kumalo's questions?
No, I'm not going to do that. Please write it down, honorable members. I don't have time to do that. Follow up questions, they must be written to the department, because now this time is allocated to the department. I'm very sorry about this call. I must have a review to the doctor. Now the transport is calling me, but I can't get out before the minister doing the closing remarks and respond in some other questions. I'm not going to give any other member now.
Chairperson, it's not a follow-up, Chairperson. Chairperson, indaba kaTatu Bongani Tembe has been avoided all the time, Chairperson. And no one is talking about that. And
Honorable, I didn't give you time. When I didn't give Honorable Mhlongo's hand, I'm not giving you
not a follow-up
the time.
question.
No.
It's the question that I've been asking all the time. And it is just being avoided, Chairperson.
Avoided by who? Honorable members, listen.
NAC, Chairperson. Now the minister is going to close, but there's no one responded to it, Chairperson.
Listen, even you, Honorable Mandlingos, you just speak without respecting your chairperson. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Mandlingos, if there are still other questions, I'm pleading with you, honorable members. You have right to get answers. Can you write out, follow up what is outstanding before the Tuesday meeting? Your responses will be in my office. Please, I do plead with you. And this is not on the way that a meeting is being handled, because I want everyone to ask questions, but now I'm telling you that the time for questions and follow-up, it's up, and the follow-up questions by Tuesday, you'll be having those questions. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've done my duty of showing face. I hope you saw my face.
No, Chair, apology. We didn't see Minister. I didn't see it. Apology.
Oh, okay. No, this is me.
No,
this is me.
No,
thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. The meeting was very important, and I want to thank you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee to, come to this decision that you have the department and NAC to come to account on the things which are peddled, most of them out there. And I'm glad that matters were responded to, not in a gossip fashion, very factual, put on the table, and so on. But Let me touch on this resignation thing. I think it was Honorable Mshongo who said the number is more than 2, and TDG Chikwatamba says it's 5, it's 4, and so on. Let me say, the number of people since the appointment of this board who have left, I won't say resigned, because others were helped to leave, like Zidumani, were people, and Honorable Maluman raised the question, but why resignations? Firstly, Chair, 3 members had to resign, and they write to the minister. They resigned because of pressures at their areas of employment where they are employed, because members of the council appointed by the minister and MECs are not full-time, are not employed in there. So they cited that 3 of them. 2 of them resigned after the forensic report. And then there are 3 members who have been discussed here. Minam Tembu, thoroughly discussed, clarified. Sepo Mashiane was clarified. I won't go back to that. The DDG Chikwatamba did touch on Zidumane, because Zidumane, it was reported that he is the one who pressured the acting CEO to employ Mashiane against the board decision and resolution of the board. The board he was chairing. So we don't believe in rumors. We're to call all of them here, the NAC, and I had to ask a question directed to Zidumane, and he confirmed that he did that. So I tried to explain that that seemed to be a wrong thing to have been done. I wrote to him to explain why I shouldn't help him to leave NAC. He decided to not to respond. So we wrote to him and we thanked him and we wished him well in his future endeavors. Now, I'm raising this point of resignations and other people who left the chair to make a point that those people left not because of NAC, because of themselves, because of their own reasons. So it has nothing to do with NAC per se. And because, Chair, the minister appoints from a pool of applicants who would have transparently been affirmed or objected to by the public, and that's what the Act says. So the people you see who have been shortlisted have not been objected to, but they applied. That's the first thing they did. 2, nominations for inclusion in the shortlist is obtained from the public in that prescribed manner, as I said. So many people applied to serve at the NAC. There's a list of people who will eagerly be waiting to be members of the. So if those who resigned in the recent past resigned, we thank them. And then we replace them. Simple as that, because you can't force somebody to remain when that person no longer wants to be there. And I can say now that out of that public process, you still have people. If any one of the members decides to resign today, we'll replace that person. So there is no crisis whatsoever in terms of NAC. Now, all of members, as I said, have resigned here, had nothing to do with the NAC. Now, I've had some calls of calling for administration. No, that won't happen. That won't happen, actually, because there's no reason, there's no basis for that. What we have seen, Chair, playing out in the public discourse is can be summed up by the viewpoints of a man called Joseph Goebbels, who was Hitler's lieutenant, who said, and I quote him, "If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. And you will even come to believe it yourself." What he didn't say, though, is that lies have short legs. So people have been peddling things and so on out there in the media, but I'm glad that an official formal platform has been created to clarify matters of the NAC. What is needed from this portfolio committee is to support the NAC, to support the artists, focus now on PESP and judge NAC whether their commitment on PESP is going to be something which is realizable, coming into fruition. Judge them on that. All these other things, Chair, I can say that 90% of them are just gossips from peddlers, either information peddlers or people who really honestly do not know the truth. The truth is here, and people who actually have been able to be the first to go to the media and say all sorts of things, and you know, some gullible in the media will just, you know, consume whatever is said, is being laid to rest here and now. I want, Chair, that we support anything which is developing, which is supporting artists in this country. NAC should be supported on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson. Chairperson Madlomo.
Bamsabothatshile.
Chabu, help us.
Yes, I'm trying to get hold of the chairperson. I'm texting her. It seems that she just lost connectivity now because she was on the platform members. The chairperson has lost connectivity again.
Can I propose we adjourn the meeting? There's no chairperson. We don't have more minutes. That's my proposal. I'm not dictating. Even now, Madling was no Veronica only.
Oh, I know Namjeko, but because minister in the department, the NEC, they need to go. And that's
Still in my minutes. That's not program. Thank you, Chabu.
Uyasibalekela.
Okay, members. I believe that was the last point from the minister. I will communicate that with the chairperson. Thank you, members. If there's nothing else from members. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.